G'day everyone. I'm just going to start playing Dave Hunt. I'm partway through listening to one of his videos. I'll give you the link to it if you want to listen to the beginning. I'm just going to keep listening to this until people join me.
Come, we will wipe Israel off the map. You think Ahmadinejad, that's something new with the president of Iran? They've been saying this. Why? Now, why? I'm asking you, why is everything the way it is? You have Jewish friends, perhaps, acquaintances. Are they such evil people? Do they deserve to be stamped out? No, there was a gentleman there was a false prophet named Muhammad. He said, the last day will not come until the Muslims confront the Jews and the Muslims destroy them. In that day, Allah will give a voice to the rocks and the trees, and they will cry out, O Muslim, O Abdullah, O servant of Allah, there is a Jew hiding behind me. This is the rocks and trees are saying this. Come and kill them. You understand the basic foundation of Islam is no Muslim can be resurrected from the grave, and we just explain all of that in here. No Muslim can be resurrected from the grave to see whether their good deeds outweigh their bad until every Jew on this earth has been killed. I am not giving you nonsense. I am telling you the truth. You're not going to get it from your newspapers. Why? Why? Why Hitler? Hitler had identified 11 million Jews in Eastern and Western Europe. He's going to stamp them out. Why? You cannot come to a rational conclusion except the one the Bible gives you. What does the Bible say? Well, the Bible tells you about man, Adam and Eve. They sinned. And God said to the serpent, there is a virgin born, the seed of the woman, not seed of man and woman. There is a virgin born child who is going to deal you the death blow. Well, then what does Satan think? Well, I'm going to watch for him. I'm going to kill him before he even gets out of diapers, and you know the history down through the Bible. You could go to King Herod. Where was he born? Where was this? Oh, you say Bethlehem? Okay, well, that's what the prophet said. We're going to send a group there, and we're going to wipe out all the children up to that age, and make sure we stamp out the Messiah. I mean, you can give example after example after example. Why? Because it's very simple. Anti-Semitism is simple. If Satan could destroy the Jews, well, first of all, if he could have destroyed the Messiah before he went to the cross, he's won his battle with God. There's no salvation for man. There's no hope. Well, Christ defeated Satan on the cross, paying the penalty for our sins, which must be done. God can't just forgive somebody. The penalty had to be paid. Well, then now I guess the battle is over. No, it is not, because there are hundreds, and I can give them to you, hundreds and hundreds of promises by God. Look, 203 times in the Bible, God is called the God of Israel. He's never called the God of the Americans or the Germans or of the Arabs. He is called the God of Israel. Listen, very embarrassing to God, the God of Israel, if Israel doesn't exist, right? That would be really embarrassing. God, you understand, God has tied his integrity to these people, and he will protect them. Now, we've got a battle, not between Arab and Jew. We've got a battle between Allah, the false God of Islam, and Yahweh, Jehovah, the God of Israel. That's what it's about over there in the Middle East. Now, therefore, if Satan could wipe out the Jews, you understand? No, let's think with me carefully. No second coming. I'm not talking about the rapture. We're safe in heaven. But God has promised hundreds of times, what's the second coming about? The Messiah will return. He's the Messiah of Israel. The son of David. He will return to rescue the Jews at Armageddon. We talk about that this evening, God willing. He will return to rescue the Jews at Armageddon and take the throne of his father David. But how's he going to do that if there ain't no Jews? You understand Satan's plan? You understand why anti-Semitism, which is otherwise totally irrational, you couldn't come up with a reason for it. The Bible says. I'll tell you why everything is the way it is. I better wrap this up as quickly as I can. It's because God exists.
Hello.
Oh, g'day. Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah, man. Take it. Is this being recorded or probably, huh?
Yeah.
Rather not.
We're live. I just want to distract myself.
Yeah, no, I understand that. But did you want to go to a private convo somewhere?
Well, we got Jeremy in the chat, if he's still there. Jeremy did join.
So what's the matter? If you want to talk about that, I mean, I'm just trying to be sensitive to you.
Yeah.
I can beat you up if you want when you fly to Australia. Hey, Jeremy. Glad you laughed.
Yeah.
I've been through some pretty insane, terrible times too, so I probably know what you're doing, but you need help somehow.
So Jeremy's asking, so here's the convo so far. How have I been? I'm feeling very lost, confused, and overwhelmed, trying to leave Kununurra and move 2,000 miles.
Yeah, first question is what's wrong with Karamara? Do you need to flee? Is it just job stuff or something deeper?
Trying to get help for Margie. Margie wants to leave, but now she's saying she's not sure.
Right.
And she's probably going to be annoyed with me because I'm talking about her, but
that's what I'm saying. Just go private chat, man.
How am I? Yeah.
I got WhatsApp. I got international.
It doesn't. No. It doesn't matter if I'm private.
You might. Later you might regret saying a few things.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how private it is.
Well,
so we can talk about anything else. And that's probably the best thing to do.
well, I'll say this in private chat just as a warning. I already know, so. You don't have to talk about that. I was trying to keep it private, but yeah, I want to know what's wrong, man. I've been through hell. I've lost a child. I've been through literal combat, and so I've had my share of extreme grief, and I can share what all it's taught me is to find out what's bothering you to either help solve problems or just distract you, like you said.
Well, at the moment, I'm trying to sort out leaving. And that's
okay.
Well, the whole thing feels very overwhelming to me because it requires skills that I don't have. And so that means I need to pay someone else with money that I don't have. And yeah,
or to get a job.
There's other complications as well. Well, I don't feel like I can get a job because I'm trying to look after Margie. I'm essentially her full-time carer.
So I don't know about Australia specifically necessarily, but in the United States, some jobs do offer relocation assistance. And my own son, he just got a work from home job. He works on from his computer, does call service stuff.
Generally in Australia, that's higher level positions, and I'm not really
okay.
Like I don't have the qualifications for that. You like to expect that an employer would provide that.
Well, I'm sure he won't mind me sharing. His is with the solar cell home solar cell, whatever you call it, packaging company. So he's got other salesmen that just needed their company needed to connect customers that showed interest online with salesmen, and so he kind of just does we call it warm calling, people that were interested, and just hooks them up with the salesperson. And he gets like $300 or something like that if the sale goes through. It's really nice. And he gets paid like a regular, wage when he doesn't get anybody to sign. But I mean, yeah, it's just the problem is, all right, so you don't have any income, you don't have a means to move, but you need to get somewhere to get better healthcare, I guess. Services, it sounds like.
Yes, and also a better social support network, I would say.
Does that mean family?
Yeah, family and so forth. Yep.
Yeah.
Just having a bigger community, not just family, but church community and the broader community, even outside, Christian support. There's a lot to, like, the bigger the place is, the more support networks there are in terms of, I don't know. I don't know what will help Marky, but whether it's art or knitting classes or, just things to do, somewhere to go, somewhere where she can be occupied during the day, some support network or whatever.
Can I ask, do you guys have two computers or just the one?
Just one. She is looking at buying a laptop, but she's still trying to decide what to get.
Because for I guess immediate, social type community needs, Kelly, she plays that Lord of the Rings online, and it sounds probably dumb and quirky, and it's not so much the game, but they've got an amazing community of really good friends. I mean, it's one of the best communities I've ever seen anywhere, much less online or offline. I would highly want to encourage, maybe her talking with Kelly, because I'm sure her friends would just, soak her in, at least for the, and help her for now. Maybe you too.
Yep.
So that's something we can talk about later for sure.
Yep.
Because she's always talking with people about, just personal stuff and just being there. Again, there's some amazing, I mean, there's people, well, you'll find out. I don't want to get too, they are an amazing support group. So maybe one or both of you guys can benefit from that, just on the friendship side, and get some love. It sounds like, right?
Yeah, and Kununurra is just too small. There's just not enough, support, and not enough options, not enough, whatever. I don't know.
No, I understand. When I lost my son, I was living in a small town in Texas here that had about 6,000 people for the whole county. And I agree. I had to go. That's where I went to California. So I was in the same exact situation. It's probably 3,000 miles away, but who's counting? But it sounds a very similar situation. So I understand. I want to help.
Sorry, I've got a whole heap of other people that are responding via email rather than joining the stream.
Well,
because I sent out an email first.
Yep, I think I got it. I was in the middle of a staff meeting. I was like, dude, so I was trying to figure out how to end that real fast. So I got with you in a couple of minutes, I guess. But
yeah, I appreciate that.
And I know, go ahead.
I know that ultimately at the root of this is at least some form of selfishness. I'm making my life about me instead of God.
Well, the psalmist wrote that God is close to the brokenhearted.
Yep.
So that's what I will pray for you about, that God will break through that. And I know it's okay to be selfish, dude. It's overwhelming. and you reached out, so you're fine.
Yeah, I need to find the solution to this. And so far, I'm lost. And I don't mean not a Christian, that sort of lost. I just mean as a Christian, I don't know how to move forward. I don't know what to do about this. And I've had people say to me, like, I come from a fundamentalist background, and the typical fundamentalist type of thinking is, oh, you need to pray. Like, you know, it's something that you need to work harder. That's what they always suggest, is some work that needs to be done to fix the problem, because they're legalists. Instead of, well, we'll pray for you. You know, we'll sit with you and we'll talk as long as you need to talk until we can come up with a solution together. But it's always put the problem back on the other person. And it's your fault. There's something wrong with you. You're just not working hard enough. Typical Pharisaical type of attitude, which is often partly correct.
No, it's not. Stupid. Well, I would say it's not correct, but that's my experience.
Well, it's not correct. I'm saying it's partly correct.
No, I know. I know. I've been there. I don't know where your emotional state is and your mental state, of course, but I've been there where it's not possible. If I didn't have other people, you know, my own family tried to comfort me, but they couldn't. I had God sent just the right people at just the right time. Some of them perfect strangers, and God Himself intervened. I had a powerful experience with God that if that hadn't happened, I'd be dead today. So I understand. When I first heard, I was driving on a freeway going to my brother's wedding out of state, and someone called me and told me I pulled over the road, and as I was starting to hit me, my instinct was to walk right into traffic on the freeway. I understand. And if that's where you're at right now, then again, we can go do whatever you need to do. I'll call you. Again, I've got my daughter's in the Philippines, as you know. She's having problems too. So I added international calling to my phone for her. I can call you too. We can figure it out.
Well, my wife's now started talking about moving to America.
Yeah. Dude, if you guys want to come to Texas, we'll definitely want to help you. We only have a 3-bedroom and 2.5 of the rooms, or 3.5 or whatever, 2.5 of the rooms are taken, but we'll figure it out.
Well, we have a little bit of money. I'd probably buy, I mean, we just bought, so I don't know what you guys call it over there. Here we call it a caravan. So basically a mobile home that you tow behind a vehicle.
Sure. I'm just saying, we got a couch and we have to get like a sleeping bag, or we call this
what do you call that?
RV, or just a trailer?
Because an RV is self
propel,
self-moving, isn't it?
Yeah, usually.
So what do you call the one that you tow?
Just a trailer, or just a pup tent, whatever.
Right. So you don't really have a word for a mobile home that you tow.
I think that's what you call it. Yeah, it's a mobile home trailer. Yeah.
So mobile home. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. But it's a fairly small one. It doesn't like this. This is a common thing in Australia. People travel around Australia for months of the year in caravans, towed behind a 4-wheel drive. And this one, like, it's common not to have all of your facilities in the caravan. Like, you don't have a shower, you may even have really basic cooking facilities, like, almost nothing, although most of them will have something. But yeah, we just bought one of them for 16,000, which 16,000 here is a little bit less for you guys.
Understood. Yeah, Jeremy is reminding us that we call it a camper here. He's got 3 of them. I don't know where Jeremy lives, but dude.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see that Jeremy was responding.
Yeah, a friend of mine, he got married and he was having some hard luck. He sold a Mustang GTO 5.0, whatever. He had some fancy Mustang sports car. He sold his, and him and his wife, brand new, bought it, one of those campers, tiny little thing. And I forget what they drove it around in, but he lived in that for years.
And here we call it a caravan park. Every single town in Australia has a caravan park or something like that. Where you park up, you plug into water and power, and you may be only there for one night. You sleep there and then you go on the next day. Mm-hmm. So you might travel. People can travel up to 1,000 kilometers a day. So what's that for you? 600 miles a day. Because of the distance between places, there's some places where you have to travel that distance. There's no stops in between except maybe just a petrol station. That's it. Or, what do you guys call it? Gas station.
Yeah, RV parks. So you've got a tremendous amount of friends that love you as you're being shown, as God's showing you now. I've got some ideas that can help Maggie, just kind of reach out and hang out with people that I know guaranteed will want her and talk with her. And then, so what do you want to do? Do you want to try to move somewhere like you're talking about in Australia? You want to come to the States? You tell us.
Well, it's up to what Margie wants to do as well. Okay. But yeah,
we're here. You got multiple options. You just have to reach out.
Yep. It's hard. It's really hard to talk about for me, there's no limits. I'll talk about anything, but there's things I can't talk about.
I know.
If that makes sense, without me going into further detail about it, not because I don't want to talk about it.
I offer to go private when you need. So yes, sir.
No, it's not. No, it doesn't matter if it's private. That's irrelevant, completely irrelevant. And that makes things extremely difficult.
I'll just share this for you if this helps at all. For some of my combat buddies. Yeah, a lot of veterans, a lot of combat friends that are struggling with this kind of stuff every day. You have no idea. It's one of the highest rates.
In your darkest hour, when the demons come, call on me, brother, and we will
fight them.
I can't read that bottom line clearly.
We will fight them together. You are not alone. Yep. The veterans have a tremendously hard time with suicidal tendencies too. So I can introduce you some other guys that'll help kick your butt for you if you want.
PTSD. Yeah, well, see, that's the thing. I've never been military. I applied
Doesn't matter. No, we're all human. I'm just saying.
I know, but I haven't been through those sort of experiences that you guys like. I haven't been through boot camp or anything like that. Like,
doesn't matter.
What I'm trying to say is that in some ways I'm really, really, really soft. And I don't know how to deal with that sort of, people. Most of the people that try to talk to me don't, they all try to be soft and gentle, and they're all that nice Christian type of person.
I'm not.
And yeah, but that's what I mean is I haven't experienced that sort of hard talk.
Well,
toughen up cupcake sort of stuff. And when I try to engage in it myself, when I try to head in that direction, I get Christians telling me that I'm being unloving, I'm unkind, I'm being rude, I'm being unchristian, I'm being blah, 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 blah. And so I have to back off again. And it's like the world just doesn't make sense to me. It's stupid.
No, I understand, if I may. So that's not the connotation at all. I've known guys that could eat both you and I for breakfast and still be hungry, and they break down into the biggest crying baby fits. No, it's not about tough love. It's not about pull up your bootstraps. It's none of that. You're just the same exact child of God as the rest of us. My message to you is that we understand there's things that will break the strongest type of person I think anybody could imagine. And we've survived it long enough, and we can only survive it long enough by trying to reach out to guys like you. No matter how soft or weak or whatever in between you think you are, you help us. So
here's
you.
Here's what I would like: to move to America, to have a job to go to, and preferably in ministry.
Okay.
I would like to be in full-time ministry. At least, I mean, I'm more than happy to live in a caravan that doesn't have its own, its own anything really, just a bed, somewhere that I can lock up at night with a bed. And even if I lived in a shed or something that, had lockable facilities, because that's a fairly cheap way to do it. Margie was saying that you can buy land in America for about $10,000. And we have $50,000. So for $50,000, I reckon I could buy a caravan, buy a car in America, buy a car that can tow a caravan, and buy a block of land. And if I had a job, so that, we weren't chewing up all of the savings that we have, that at least kept things just ticking over enough that we could feed ourselves. That would be the sort of thing that I would be happy to look for. But if I could get something better than that, of course, that'd be better. All of my skills are in administration / office work. But when I say administration, people hear administrator and they think it's some sort of managerial position. No, it's a low-level position, sort of like a receptionist. But I'm not a receptionist. I'm further back inside the organization than that, pushing papers around, entering data entry, that sort of stuff.
Never limit yourself, sir.
I know, but I'm talking about what I can prove that I can do. So that if I was to get a job, I can say, here's my qualifications. These are the university courses that I've passed. These are the positions that I've held. So that the highest position that I've ever held is called a records manager, which is looking after the physical and electronic data or documents, really, of an organization. So I've worked in that area. I've worked in IT, sort of, but at a very low level. But I have been a manager. I've managed people once in one of the positions that I was in, one person assisting in records management.
Can I ask how are you interested in technical type job skills?
I'm interested in learning. So I'm more on the information management side of things, but not so much database management because I haven't worked in it enough.
Can I ask you some questions?
But I'd love to learn. Yeah, sure.
How are you with like mechanical type things, like working on vehicles, hydraulics, pneumatics?
No.
Okay.
No, that's not me.
You don't want to do a job where you turn a wrench?
No, definitely not. I don't want to get dirty. I want to be sitting at a computer.
All right. Because there's a job opening right now at SpaceX where I'm at here in Central Texas. All they want is a high school degree and your ability to know how to not blow stuff up turning a wrench. And I know those guys. I know that position. They spend about 50% or so of their time sitting at a computer. The rest is underneath the rocket, usually moving cameras around inside. The hardest part is knowing how to follow an engineering print. It's about the hardest thing they do. And they get paid very, very, very well.
Yeah.
But it's more, you're going to have to qualify. You're going to have to show you how to turn a wrench and understand how pneumatics work, basically. Which I could teach you. Anybody you are intelligent enough to know what the heck pneumatics are, I'm sure.
Yeah, I'm sure I can understand that.
That's one idea if you guys come to Texas. But yeah, no, there is just too many opportunities that it's just a matter of just talking it through, and you just need to find people that want to help you, man. And I'm one. I'm sure all these guys in chat with you are more.
and then someone that can sponsor me into America.
Yeah. Oh, daggone it. I apologize. Scratch my offer. You just reminded me. It's an ITAR facility. You have to be an American citizen, et cetera, blah, blah, blah. So never mind. Still,
Yes.
There's more than jobs in SpaceX out here.
Yeah. So if I could find something like that.
Okay. I got a friend of mine. He's been wanting to try to start his church for years. He's also an administrative guy. He's got his divinity degree and all that stuff. But he's a kind of the same situation with you. He's got a very nice house though, but it's all long stories, miracles that he got to that. But he also has very little to no income. So I'd want to introduce you guys if you did move to Texas. But I mean, again, there's such a huge. I mean, almost every state in America from both coasts are coming to Texas because there's just not enough work. You know, not enough people to fill the work, I should say.
Yep. And I definitely don't want to move to a state that's stupid.
Jeremy's saying he'll hire you as a carpenter. You swing a hammer?
I can swing a hammer, yeah.
Can you hold a nail gun straight?
Yep.
There you go.
I'm sure I have the competency. I just don't have the interest.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. Yeah, hey, I could tell you.
That's right. Man. If it was enough to get me into America,
Jeremy sawdust equals man glitter. That was funny. Sorry, go ahead.
Man glitter, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a friggin' rocket scientist, friggin' information scientist, quantum physicist, but I've delivered pizzas. So yeah, I have no shame. So get your butt down here. What are you gonna do, man?
I've worked as a furniture coordinator, so putting desks together, which is half the job was admin, office work, and I also supported. So it was in a stationery store basically that did office furniture as well. So a office supply store. But I was the furniture guy, but I had to support everything else in the rest of the organization, including the photocopier guy. So I helped out with tech there. I've helped out with tech at a local government, at 2 local governments, because as records manager, I was responsible for the program that ran the records management and training people how to use it. So I've done. There's a whole heap of different things I've done, but to put that together into one job and say, this is the job that I would be good at. No, it's a very varied career that I've had, but it all comes back to that. The center of it all is office work.
Sure, don't worry about it, man. Especially if you were to do like more advanced work stuff that I'm familiar with, you have to be multidisciplinary. That's what we look for. We don't want people siloed.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking for as well. I hate the fact that here in Australia, everything is siloed.
Yeah, that's exactly opposite here. I mean, you'll find some people with that mentality, but not the norm. Get your butt over here.
Yeah. Okay, well, we need to start looking for something.
Yeah, well, the catch with Texas, especially where I'm at, Central Texas or below, it's very hot. North Texas isn't so bad. Tennessee's probably got better weather, so that's a factor. Does weather matter? I think you might like nicer days, I guess. I don't know.
So long as there's air conditioning, I'll be.
I was gonna say, yeah.
Same with Margie. She'll put up with whatever.
Uh-oh, Kevin.
I think she prefers it warmer than colder. So she wouldn't want it too cold. So southern US would be our preference. And southern US would be my preference for lots of other reasons as well, conservatively. I'd love to. Actually, no, I shouldn't say. There's certain things I shouldn't say publicly because I don't want them to be used against me. Exactly. I'll just leave it at that. You know what I mean.
So you tell us what you need, buddy. We're here for you.
Kevin.
Yeah, Kevin says he had some bad news, huh?
Let us know, man. Pop on the chat. Share the pain. Share the burden.
just so you can transfer to Maggie, if you guys are serious about Texas or just generally the South, it gets upwards of 40 degrees Celsius plus here easy.
Meh.
Well, you're up from Australia. What am I talking about?
What are you talking about?
Yeah. My bad.
That's a lot. That's a lovely day in the north of Australia. That's every single, well, not every day, but so during winter it gets down to 30 during the day. If you're lucky. That's it. That's winter. That's the minimum. The minimum that the maximum will be in winter is 30. So the temperature where I have lived all of my life across the north of Australia almost never gets below 30 degrees Celsius. Sometimes, if you've got really good cloud cover and it's nice and cold, you can get below 30 as the maximum for the day.
What's up, Kevin?
Hey, Kevin.
Hey.
What's happened?
What's going on, man? Stock terrible.
You get some good news? You get to go home soon?
No, I'm home right now. I had the day off. I just took a nap because I don't know what else I was going to do.
No, I was being a jerk, man. When I was in the military and I wanted to, not have to keep going, I was thinking to God, they said, go ahead and send me home, but didn't.
Yeah, I've said that too.
Yeah? In the military?
No, but I work on a military base. I'm a security officer.
What's up? What'd you find out?
No, I mean, if you want to call it, it's a National Guard. Still part of the Army.
So what's happening to you, mate?
Yeah.
Well, I went into the doctor to review my MRI results and stuff today, and he told me I have a mild case and it's not severe enough for surgery. And he's telling me I basically just have to live with the pain, and hopefully I'll build a tolerance for it over time, or I can try to come in for injections every 6 months to a year or so to kill the nerves, but they always grow back. So I guess there's no permanent solution.
Okay. Just overgrown nerve.
Just live with the pain.
If I was you, I'd be getting a second opinion.
It's easy for him to say to sit over there, but if it was him in pain, he'd probably want something figured out, done about it.
Does it cost you money every time you go see the doctor, or what's the?
Oh yeah.
Does your insurance cover it, or?
Yeah, after I met my deductible, they did, but before I was paying everything out of pocket. The first $2,000 I had to pay out of pocket.
$2,000 just to see the doctor?
No, it's like $140 every time I go to because it's a specialist for your back.
Right.
It's like $140 every time you go.
Is there someone else that you can go and ask? And did you get a copy of all your results?
Yeah, I have all the pictures of my MRI scans of my back. I have photos of them saved. I have it on my phone here.
Good. So if I was you, I'd get a second opinion. That's rubbish. That's not a solution. That's telling you they don't want to help you.
I know it. He's saying you can come back in. We'll give you back injections, but you're gonna have to do it every 6 months to a year because the nerve repairs itself over time. Yeah. So I was like, oh, that's great. Yeah, I kind of felt like just at a loss earlier. It's like because I was looking forward to hearing something like, "Hey, we can do this. We'll help you." But no, he's basically told me just learn how to live with it. That's what he said.
Yeah. Well, don't give up. Keep going until you get a better solution.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul.
Graham, I sent you a little something today. It wasn't a ton, but I gave you a little something.
Oh, thanks, mate.
Hey, Paul.
Hi, Joe.
What you been doing?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. I'm on my last day tomorrow because me and you have had a conversation before. My shifts have changed. Now I do 4 days on, 4 days off. So I'm on my last day tomorrow, and then I've got 4 days off.
Nice.
So tomorrow's my Friday.
I used to love that shift. I'd have like 5 days on.
Work 3 days and you're off
5 days off for 3 days. Sorry.
Yeah, I do 4 days on, 4 days off.
Right.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's taking some getting used to because The 4 days off is absolutely brilliant. It feels like I'm on holiday every time I get my 4 days off.
Well, Mr. Graham, here's looking for a life change.
So what's going on with you, Graham?
Oh, yeah, we're trying to leave. I don't know, it just feels overwhelming, and I don't know what to do. And, there's skills that I lack, and we don't really have the money to pay someone to do all of the things that need to be done. We're trying to leave Kununurra. We bought a caravan, or what you'd call a mobile home, I guess.
Oh, okay. A trailer?
No.
Yeah, camper trailer, but it's it's got a pop top on it, but it's not a proper, all shut down trailer thing.
Sounds like you're the office clerk version of Crocodile Dundee. If you've ever seen that movie, trying to get out of Wallaby Creek, was it? When it comes to New York, maybe? Yeah.
So where are you guys moving to, Graham?
2,000, well, over 2,000 miles away. So closer to where I grew up. So I'm over 2,000 miles away from my home.
Wow.
Yeah, essentially on the other side of, so Australia is about the same size as the continental US, mainland Australia. It's a slightly different shape, but it's probably about as far as New York and Seattle, or maybe one of the states just slightly to the east of Washington is similar to how far I am from home.
Well, if I may, it sounds like
do you still have family there, Graham?
Sorry?
You still have family there? Still have connections?
Back in Ingham, yeah.
Yeah.
So in North Queensland, I've got both my brother and his family, and my parents still live there. My parents are hoping to move to Ayr, where my brother is. So Ayr is AYR. It's south of Townsville. I'm hoping to live a fair way north of that in terms of that local area, a few hundred kilometres to the north, but still close enough that, we could easily drive down, only take a couple of hours to drive down and visit them. But yeah, up on what's called the Atherton Tablelands, which is west of Cairns, where both of my parents' grandparents were when I was growing up. But Cairns is really humid, and Cairns is Florida, coastal Florida.
Right.
It's really hot and humid. And the Atherton Tablelands, it's a tableland, so it's up in the air a bit. So it's a lot cooler. Still gets decent rain towards the southern end of it. The northern end is very dry, and I don't like the dry as much. I prefer it to be wetter and greener. I like the greenery. And I don't like it too hot. But yeah, so somewhere in the middle of the tablelands, because the southern end is really, 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 really wet. Mold grows in people's houses. It's just constantly wet all the time. It almost never dries out.
Yeah.
It's just, it's England.
Yeah. Yeah, we've just started getting rain about 10 minutes ago, and to be honest, it's lovely. It's just cooled the place down. It's just gone down to 17 degrees, and I think I'm going to suffer tonight because it's just too warm. Yeah,
it's fascinating because I was in England 2002. I travelled to London, and I went up to Scotland. So what time did I get there? I think it was May I was in London, June in Scotland, July in Iceland, and August I came back to London, and I was in London for August and September, and then came back to Australia. And when I came back from Iceland, because, Iceland in the middle of summer, quite nice, very pleasant. Got back to England in August, and they were having a heat wave in inverted commas. And it was, I think it was 30 degrees Celsius or something around there. And it's like, yeah, well, that's a nice cool day where I grew up. But because I'd been in London and Scotland and Iceland for 3 months, I was boiling, and I had to go out and buy a fan to have in my room overnight. So it was hitting 30 during the day, but it was so warm at night that I needed a fan. And it's like, wow, how quickly did I adjust to that? It's like, it's just incredible. It's incredible, what the human body can and can't do. And you think, well, yeah, it's not that hot. You should be used to this, but I wasn't.
Yeah, exactly. I went to Kenya, and I can't remember what the temperature was, but it'd be middle 30s. And during the night, we all went out and we was all in shirt sleeve order, so to speak. And when we came back, there was the local employed civilian that was there with us. And he was on the gate, and he had a balaclava on, he had a scarf on, a big, thick coat on. He was stood in front of a fire pit, and he was shivering. And as I walked through the gate, I went, mate, I says, you are ill. There's something wrong with you. And he went, no, it's freezing. It's freezing. He was stood in front of this fire, and I was like, I am literally dying.
Right. I remember you telling me that story, yeah.
And this guy is freezing. I mean, it's like it's 17 degrees now, which isn't, I suppose, particularly warm to some places. But me and the wife have both got the bedroom window open. We've got fans on both sides of the bed, and the fan is on all night. And I wake up and I'm absolutely dripping, and it's 17 degrees. I can literally, in the middle of winter, as long as there's no wind, it's the wind that makes you cold. In the middle of winter, on a nice day, -1, -2, I can sit out in the back garden with my t-shirt on at -2, and it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah.
And then we get into summers. We hit 30 degrees in summer, and oh man, it's a heat wave. We've been in 24, 26 over the last couple of days, and I am absolutely, I've had enough of it. I can't take much more of this temperature. And it's only 24, 26 degrees.
Yeah. G'day, Sal. Joel, you were going to say something earlier. I don't know if Sal's trying to
Good
talk.
day. I'm sorry.
There we go.
I had some problems unmuting myself. Greetings. You asked if I was free to talk. How can I be of service, sir?
Sal, did you ever find out who it was that hacked your live chat?
No.
No? That was awful.
We just eventually suppressed it and move on. So the attack lasted for about 5 minutes, and that was it. So that's one of the problems when the channel grows. You start to invite all sorts of people start to find you. So it was kind of nice when the channel was a little quieter.
Yeah.
But,
that's one of the advantages, less trolls to deal with.
Yeah, I've tossed a lot of people in the last 2 weeks. So there's been a lot of, drama just tends to attract traffic. I'm just like, well, that's not exactly what I intended for the channel, but the channel grew about 30% in the last 2 weeks because of all the drama happening at church. And I was posting on it, and it went viral. So.
No, it was a great live stream, though. The sermon was good, and then going over evidence for the Bible, that was fantastic.
Yeah, Graham, I was just going to try to say, it sounds like you got some wonderful support. It sounds like you guys have some means to make the changes you want. And obviously you've got, friends and family here that jumped to the rescue. So just wanted to kind of reiterate whatever it is that of course you need, share with us. And
Graham, you can always live in my basement.
To Maggie with Kelly, if she wants to, she needs an immediate group of friends. We've got some people that I'm sure would love to hang with her online.
Well, I hope she's interested in listening.
Yeah, no. Again, she can just talk with my wife as well, just to get an idea. They have such a eclectic, such a wide variety of just wonderful people that she'll fit in instantly, just guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a quick one, Joel. If you're shooting off, are you disappearing? Are you?
Unless you guys need me for anything, yeah, I've got 5 billion things on my plate, but yeah, no, I mean, what you need.
Yeah. I've noticed you haven't gone live for a while. I actually looked the other day to see whether you've been live. Oh, well, maybe I'm not getting the notifications.
Yeah, no, that's awfully kind of you. I have not been on YouTube. I am more on Discord these days. I can if you want to email me or whatever, we can exchange Discord stuff.
Right, I'm not really that familiar with Discord. I've been on it a couple of times, and I find it's such an hard platform to use.
It is. I agree.
Yeah, I've actually missed you on YouTube. I have, like I said the other day, I did actually look for. I thought I haven't seen nothing from Joel for ages. Where's he been?
Sorry, if I can ask, does Discord do live streaming?
Yes.
And then they have more of a free speech attitude, do they?
Yes, they do have. You can get banned if you are too nasty, but it's very difficult to do. It's one of the more free platforms. I just put in my Discord username in private, but praise that I am. He's got a Discord server in one way as well. So there's a lot of familiar Christian YouTubers that use it. That you guys, I'm sure, are more than welcome to join.
Yeah, I did start a Discord, but I haven't done anything more with it yet.
Sure. But I'm not very,
maybe I'll start streaming over there.
Sure. I'm not as active there either. I am more easily contacted there for you, Paul, if you want to.
I didn't know you could stream on Discord. I knew you could send messages and stuff.
Yep. They've got what's called a stage event option, which does not allow video streaming, but it's a way to kind of publicly broadcast. And then you can do live streaming, of course, in a regular chat channel, stuff like that. So, yeah.
Oh, so it's not video streaming.
Well, you can, but yet the stage doesn't seem to support live video streaming. It does do regular audio streaming, kind of like similar like this. But to do like a video live stream, you have to do a regular channel in your server, basically.
Yeah, I've been on a few times and come across a few channels, but I just find it so difficult to use.
It is.
To try and search for people and navigate around everything. It just seemed a nightmare to me.
Yep.
It's easy once you've learned it.
If I didn't give you my Discord handle thing, which you can see is kind of odd, then you probably would never be able to find.
No, true enough. I've got it anyway. I've taken a screenshot of it, so I've actually got it now. So I'll because I do have Discord on mine, and I've actually been on it a couple of times myself. So yeah, I'll look you up, see if I can catch you live at some point.
Cool. Yeah, no, appreciate it, man. I'd love to catch up with you as well. If there's anything else you guys wanted to talk about, with me or not, I do want to move on. But Graham, we are here for you, buddy. If the Lord did anything, He proved He loves you through us, and just reach out anytime.
And even this bloody atheist appreciates you, Graham.
Yeah. Yes, and I've always I've never thought of you any differently than that. I've always realized that you have a good attitude, Paul.
Yeah.
And it appalls me that there are Christians that treat you with contempt and disrespect. And it's appalling. It disgusts me how you get treated sometimes. And I'm glad you're here. And I realize that's one of the reasons you are here, because how you get treated some other places.
You've heard Mr. Joe and I. You're our favorite atheist, man.
Yeah, it's been said. A few people do call me the favorite atheist. I try to be kind to everybody. We all have disagreements, and it's one subject. We've had this conversation before. Both me and Graham and Joel have had this conversation before.
Yeah,
we can all treat each other with kindness, even though we disagree on one subject.
I'm hoping that you change your handle one day, Paul Kamish, the favorite atheist.
Well, the only reason, do you know what? I can't even remember whose stream it was on. I cannot remember, but somebody mentioned me in a side chat somewhere, and somebody asked, who is that Paul Kamish? And somebody put on, oh, is that bloody atheist? And I thought, Paul Kamish, that bloody atheist. So I used it, and I cannot remember now whose channel it was. I'd be lying if I said who it was.
It's funny. All right. Well, Graham, do you need me right now?
No. Thanks. Okay. Thanks for joining, Joel.
You're welcome.
We'll have to talk again sometime when you're free.
Yes, sir. You know where I'm at. You guys take care. Thank you.
Thanks. See ya.
Thanks a lot, Joel. Nice speaking to you again.
Let him get back to work.
Yeah, I do like Joel. I've had a few conversations with Joel, and I find him a very pleasant person to speak to. There's other atheists that don't like him, but to me, he's always been very pleasant to me, and we've always got on with our conversation. We're both ex-military, so I suppose that helps as well. And Sal, me and you have never had a conversation, but I've seen a couple of streams that you've been in. I've seen a couple of debates that you've done. I find your arguments very interesting, although that I've got to say I do disagree with your arguments, but I do find your arguments, I disagree with them. But yeah, I've enjoyed a few debates that you've been on.
Oh, thank you for the kind words, Paul. I don't know that we've met before, so thank you.
No, we haven't. We've never met. I've never been I don't think I've ever actually been to your channel. So I've never been in the live chat. So no, we've never interacted with each other, but I have seen you go live. Not you go live, but I've seen you on a few debates. In fact, wasn't you on Modern Day Debates at one point? What was that?
Oh yeah, I had a debate with one Matt Dillahunty, and then another one with RJ Downard.
Yeah, I saw the one with Matt
Intelligent
Dillahunty.
Design.
I might have seen that one as well. I've seen
also one on anti-theism, and then there was one that was slapped together also on intelligent design. I don't remember it because I really didn't talk much in that debate. It was a tag team debate.
Yes, who was that with?
Someone named Canadian Catholic.
Yes.
And it wasn't a very well-rated debate. It was. I didn't talk very. I didn't talk very much in that debate. My partner did a lot of the talking, and then the anti-theist debate with Amy Newman. It was kind of the same thing. I didn't talk very much.
Right. Yeah. I had a similar debate. I did a flat Earth debate, and it was a tag team, and it turned out to be a 3-way tag team. It was me, Leah Phileas, and Dapper Dino. And
wow.
And the 3 that we were against was he used to go by the name of Aussie Jesus, which is Ross Thatcher. The other 2 guys, I can't remember their names. And yeah, it was a tag team. But of course, as soon as you had Leah Phileas and Dapper Dino, I just sat there and just enjoyed the ride because they know that much about science and about the technical side of stuff rather than what I would call the common sense and what most people would know. That was my side, and I was mainly talking about navigation. But yeah, they went into the technical side of it. And it was a fun debate to take part in. But 80% of the time, I didn't have a lot to say because they just knew far more than I did. And it was just so interesting to be there. I enjoyed the debate. Yeah.
Dapper Dino was on my channel yesterday. And
right.
We're on good terms. We had a debate on the evolutionary definition of fitness. Prior to that, I debated Dr. Daniel Stern Cardinale, who runs the Creation Myths channel. He's an evolutionary biologist, and he's very upset with my boss, my former boss, Dr. John Sanford, a creationist geneticist. But we had 2 good debates last year on genetic deterioration of the human genome. So those are I had one debate with T-Jump that was also rated well. So those are the ones that I remember. I usually don't ask for debates. So usually what happens is I'll get an email and say, "Hey Sal, would you like to debate this or that?" So that's been kind of nice. I really don't like doing debates too much because it's mostly for advertisement, but it's not really the best way to explore things thoroughly.
No, I think it comes across better if you're having like a free conversation where there's no to have a natural conversation. I think you can express yourself more, and people can get a better understanding of what your arguments are.
Yes, it's less antagonistic. If it's a debate, it's antagonistic, and I don't see the point in that.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a sport at that point, you know. I look at it; it's entertainment, but it's not really achieving anything more than entertainment.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a bit like a boxing match, but with a boxing match with philosophy, isn't it? Basically, it's a philosophical boxing match.
People have pointed out to me, and I don't completely disagree. Nicholas has pointed it out, I think, in the past that, and g'day, Nicholas. I'll let you talk very shortly, that it does allow you to see the two ideas presented, especially if it's done as a proper, well-organized, formal debate. You can see the two opinions presented. That can be very useful if you have a good moderator and people stick to the rules of formal debate. But I very rarely listen to a debate where that is done well. Very, very, very rarely.
Yes, I agree with you. And when it is done well, it makes it much more interesting. Yeah.
Anyway,
g'day,
Nicholas.
Yeah, Nicholas, I haven't seen you for a long time. Hello.
It's been only a couple weeks since I've seen you in side chat a couple times and stuff.
All right, you haven't spoken to me since when that's happened. I don't think.
What?
I don't think we've spoke to each other in side chat, have we? Just recently.
Yeah, I think I've said hi to you a couple times when you're in Graham's side chat and stuff in the past few weeks. But yeah, mostly we haven't seen each other since back when I was hanging out with Smokey, which of course I don't do anymore.
Yes, it will be back then. Yeah, I don't frequent Smokey's channel that much.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll admit I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, I like this crowd here. A few of my favorite brothers and one of my favorite atheist friends. Now we're talking about debates. Oh yeah, I'm like the opposite. For me, I don't have any real interest in the sport and entertainment of debate. I just cared about the truth and letting two sides bring up points, is useful. And then I guess also as a warrior for truth, I care about debating to like fight the fight. So, but not for fun. So I think that really sets me apart from most people in the debate community, that my motives are absolutely different.
Have you debated, Nicholas?
I've only done a couple debates. Like I debated after Dino recently, and I didn't do a very good job debating because it was a topic I was more casual to. I didn't know his channel was so big. I don't think I would have taken him up on a public discussion I wasn't prepared for if I knew his channel was so big. So I just thought of it as like a casual thing. Like, yeah, we can talk about it and I'll bring to the table what I have.
What was the topic?
Are birds dinosaurs?
No.
Yeah, and he opened up with an arbitrary definition. So but then he did mention that there's evidence of things such as eggs and got more specific and stuff. So he did. I was hoping he'd like bring up cool graphics and like I'd learn a bunch of stuff, but he didn't really take that approach. So but that's neither here nor there. Then a long time ago I debated Snake, but it was really Snake was right, Taylor. Yeah. But it was really abstract and philosophical, and it's really
what was
not
the
like
topic?
What I do now. The topic was sort of a the likelihood of the God of Christ, but I took sort of a theistic approach for those who don't trust the Bible, but then I coupled it with the Bible as the other side was like, this isn't far-fetched to begin with, and then it's like, being that it's not far-fetched, Jesus is obvious. That's a good summary, but the debate really wasn't good. So I've never done really a good debate, but I have had one really good discussion with Raging Atheist on his channel, which it wasn't a debate, but it was really good, like a good debate,
Good discussion.
Yeah.
Is that recent, Nicholas, when you was on Rage's channel?
What?
Is that recent when you was on Rage's channel?
No, it was quite a while ago, maybe almost a year ago now, would be my best guess. Probably like last October.
Right. I haven't seen that one. It's probably something I should look up.
So
I think you'd really enjoy it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll look it up. Yeah.
Sorry, I've heard of Snake was right. Who is he? I know nothing about him.
He's an atheist debater that I have a lot more in a debate sense. I have a lot more respect for him because he he does pretty well to hold to reason and stuff. So he's actually like politically conservative, even though he's atheist. So that gives you some semblance of the spirit he's not swept up in.
He calls himself Snake is right to stir, or what's the go with that?
Yeah, that's actually I'm going to propose that debate with him, that we can debate whether or not the snake was right, and then I could take a really fun approach to that. But
Yes.
it's sort of like the snake was right to give us the knowledge kind of a thing, I guess, you know?
Oh, right. So he believes that the Bible teaches that God was withholding.
Oh, he's a Luciferian. I didn't notice that. That's what Luciferianism is.
Yeah.
Like the whole Prometheus thing.
That was going to be my suspicion. Based on his name, he's actually a Lucifer. He's a worshipper of Satan. He actually believes Satan exists and Satan is what's good.
Well, that's what's the difference. I think spiritually he's a Luciferian, but I think he thinks it's just a like a metaphor for him to express something with. So he's like taking up the metaphor, but
Yeah,
I don't.
so-
He's like more of a materialist, so he doesn't think that the
Yes.
snake is actually real. in
Yes,
that
so
sense.
there are Luciferians who are actually materialists. They're atheists. They combine atheism with some sort of Luciferianism, but they don't really believe in a literal devil. They just like, I don't know. I don't quite understand them. They're a bit weird. Then there are the true Luciferians who actually believe the devil exists and they worship him and oppose God. They believe God exists, but they oppose him and serve the devil.
Yeah, and I do understand the atheist Luciferianism, I guess, and yeah. So I mean, from their perspective, it makes plenty of sense, and it's the same thing that's tempting about like acknowledged Luciferianism, I guess we can call it.
Well, I'd be interested in that. What do you think makes sense about it? Because they don't actually believe the devil exists.
Yeah, it's the idea of things about knowledge being available to mankind and the availability of enlightenment in that sense. So the false prospect of enlightenment is what makes it still Luciferianism.
Right. So Lucifer not as the being, but Lucifer
Or
as in light.
Yeah, because the enlightenment they seek actually is Satan's false enlightenment, even though they think it's just a metaphor, but it's not just a metaphor.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So it makes sense in any worldly concept of false enlightenment, you know?
Well, I can understand how it makes sense from a Christian point of view. I'm just struggling to understand how it makes sense as a materialist. But yes, I think you've helped me understand how they can see sense in it. Yeah, bizarre. But anyway, yep. As a Christian,
I do more debating as I go. If I just to wrap up what I was saying about me relating to debate, it's less official debates and more just debating in the honesty of discussion, you know, and that makes sense because that's really what I value about it. I'm not trying to I don't care about having the sport or making a show of myself or anything like that.
Yeah, and that's why I hate them, because it seems to me that's all they are. But
yeah, most debates are more interesting once you get to the open discussion side. So I don't know why they don't just start off with like an opening statement and then just go straight to opening discussion, rather than all the different categories of the debate. You know, you've got 10 minutes opening discussion. You've got then with 5 minutes rebuttals, and then something else, and then you might end up with the open discussion. The open discussion is the most interesting part when people are engaging with each other rather than just making a statement and then somebody else reboots their statement. It's just open discussions are far more interesting.
I completely agree with you, Paul. It seems to me that there's a lot of repetition of false assumptions that occurs, and there's not enough so that the backwards and forwards. So the opening statement, nearly always, at least one side, and of course you and I would disagree about which side in most of the discussions, but one side will present a false assumption, and that false assumption almost never gets challenged with any substantive force by the other side. They deal with all of the fruit of that false assumption and waffle on about stuff that doesn't really matter because it's all based on a false assumption. Attack the false assumption and keep attacking the false assumption the whole way through the debate. And don't worry about all of the periphery, all of the frippery at the edges. And that's, I would prefer that debates were more targeted to drill down into what is the foundation for why you believe what you believe, and how do we know what truth is.
I think we can usually blame the person in the debate who's wrong because they're wrong. They kind of need tactics that avoid the debate. It's their only chance to actually fight. So being Christian, debates are sometimes a lot less interesting because we know the truth so well that we just kind of see right through it sometimes.
Yeah. And Paul, I was going to ask you, what's the biggest thing preventing you from believing?
I've never believed. It's not like I was ever a Christian and then became an atheist. I've never held a religious belief ever.
No, yeah, I understand that. I'm asking what's preventing you from doing so.
I don't think the evidence for a God is convincing.
Have you ever watched Standing for Truth or Dr. Hovind when they talk about evidence, such as for like the global flood and stuff like that?
I've only seen Standing for Truth a couple of times. It's not really a channel that I've been to that much. 2 or 3 times I've watched Standing for Truth.
Okay. Well, last night he just did a live stream. It was pretty good. They went over reasons why the Earth can't be millions of years old. It was really long and really in depth. And they had a professor on. It was really good. You should watch that, Paul.
Yeah, in fact, I did see some of that this morning because I think when it went live, I think it had been early this morning for me when I was going to work. So I did see some of that. And what sprung to mind at the time, I only watched about 5 or 10 minutes of it, was if they're right in their assumptions, why doesn't science agree with them? And why? I mean, science in general is not out to disprove a God.
Yes, it is.
Well, there's a thing, right, Paul? So it's like, for instance, there's a doctor, I forget her name, but she did a thorough study showing how vaccines aren't actually beneficial to humans, but they actually do more harm than they do good. And they took away her practice. Like,
but how could we argue that vaccines aren't beneficial when, if we go back 60, 70 years ago, the mortality rate, especially of children, was so low due to like polio, yellow fever, and that sort of thing. And now, due to the fact that we've got vaccines, the child mortality rate has gone up. To me, that is proof that vaccines work.
I think you said everything the opposite of what you meant, because I think you said mortality rate went down when you meant up and up when you meant down.
Sorry, the mortality rate back in 50, 60 years ago was in children was lower than it is now, whereas the mortality rate now is much higher than it was. So children are living longer than they were 50 years ago.
Paul, you mean the exact opposite. Yes, the mortality rate has gone down because of vaccines. Children live longer. Mortality rate is children dying, and that rate was much higher. But I'm not sure how we got onto vaccines. I'd rather talk about this.
No, I don't want to talk about vaccine. I was just saying that this woman put out a study. She's a doctor, and it went against what the mainstream.
I'm with Graham here. That Paul brought up an important point.
Hang on. Let's stick with science is not actively trying to disprove God.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I agree.
Every single atheist that I talk to say, science, essentially every atheist will say, ultimately, science has proven God does not exist.
Yes, but I don't think that was the goal. It's just that when some Christians argue certain points, we can look to science and go, no, well that's not right.
Right.
Before
hang on. Let's break this down. So science cannot prove that God does not exist because God is outside of science.
Yeah, but that goes back to the old argument that you can't disprove a negative anyway. So if God didn't exist, you couldn't disprove a God anyway. The same as the old argument, you can't disprove fairies, Father Christmas. I know it sounds insulting when people come up with them arguments, but I get the idea behind the argument. You can't if someone tells me that they saw a ghost yesterday and I say, well, I don't believe you, and they say, well, prove me wrong. Well, of course I can't prove you wrong.
No, but
I'm right.
So Paul, I'm not trying to say that therefore God exists because science can't prove that he doesn't exist. I'm dealing with the claim that you made that science is not actively trying to prove God doesn't exist. And it is. Science is actively trying to prove God doesn't exist. Or, sorry, what gets called science today, but it's not science.
I don't think that is the purpose of science. I don't think there's any purpose of science to try and disprove.
Okay.
I would really like a chance to address that point, Graham.
Let me just break down what I just said. Yeah, so I will hand over to Nicholas if I get stuck, because I want to follow my train of thought here, and I don't want to get lost, and I want to make this point that I'm trying to make. I'm trying to drill down to something here with Paul, and yes, if I fail to make my point, or we get to the point and Paul still disagrees with me, that's fine. But I think you're not hearing my point, Paul. My point is in relation to this issue of whether science is trying to prove that God does not exist. Most of the people that are trying to do science today, that are allowed to continue to do science, most of the university research, most of the stuff that gets called science in our world today, actively ignores the existence of God, pretends that he doesn't exist, assumes that he doesn't exist, and doesn't work from the basis of whether God exists or not. They don't leave that question off to the side. You have to pretend God doesn't exist to be given funds. And nearly every single university on the face of the planet operates on that basis. And if they don't, they get called unscientific, because we have these two definitions of the word science. The traditional meaning of the word science, and you're equivocating between the two as you're talking. And I'm trying to tease these two definitions of science apart so that you can see what I think is a mistake that you're making. And if you disagree with me once I've made my point, that's fine. But the point that I'm trying to make is that science used to be just observation, investigation, experimentation, repetition of experiments. That used to be what science was. But science is not that anymore. Now people use the word science to mean naturalism, that all that exists is the material universe and that God does not exist. And particularly atheists will equivocate between those two definitions of science. And they frequently don't even realize that they are doing it.
Yeah, I'll agree with what you're saying, but I think the reason behind that is because we don't see the evidence for God. So why would he be on the table in the first place? It doesn't mean
what evidence do you expect to see for God?
Some sort of evidence for some sort of a God. And
what would you count as evidence?
Well, before we get totally off on that track, I'd like to join in the discussion that you were just having with him, Graham.
I'll let Nicholas make his point, and we'll get back to what evidence would Paul accept as evidence for a God. But Nicholas.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Because, yeah, I do completely agree about these two different definitions of science, because the political consensus of scientists, and when I say political, I just mean it's people in a group. I don't mean it has to be for the wrong motive or something. But what I mean is that, like, if we look at science, we're looking at the data relative to logic. But if we're saying these people agree, now we're talking about politics. So that's that's an important distinction that yeah. So Paul, I think you were referring to politics, and of course to discuss science is a lot more difficult than to discuss politics, because you have to get into data and logic a lot. But then there's two things about whether or not science is trying to prove that God does not exist. Now, there's one point that I think Graham was really getting at, which is that the scientific process sort of says, okay, if we don't include any supernatural explanation and we just use our observations in front of us, what do we get? Which is fine for direct observations, but when you start doing conjecture and mythology about history based on what you have not observed, and you call that science, and you insist that there must be nothing supernatural in that, even though you have no way of testing it, that's no longer science, that's philosophy. So I think Graham was getting at that. But the other side of it is that if someone comes to believe in Jesus Christ, they die and become a new person. So in order for sinners to self-preserve, to have we'll call it an instinct, subconscious of self-preservation, they have to have an instinct to reject God. And that instinct to reject God is what is channeled into science, and the reason that science does actively seek to prove that God does not exist, because sinners have an instinct for self-preservation against becoming the new creation in Christ.
Right. Yeah, you've said a lot there that it's going to be hard to address everything that you've said. And I understand what he's saying and why you're saying it, because obviously you believe in it. So it will feel that science is somewhere in conflict with your belief.
Well, no, you're talking about the politics again. I think science is in perfect agreement with my belief, but I don't call politics science.
Right.
I call it scientism, or you can call it scientists if you don't want to sound derogatory. But if you keep calling the politics science, that's it's extremely dysfunctional logically, and it derails a real conversation into what becomes a fake one.
And it also gets back to my point that you're using two different definitions of science. Every time you use the word science, which science are you talking about? Are you talking about the consensus science, or are you talking about actual experimentation?
I would say experimentation.
There's nothing in experimentation that conflicts with our belief, and we have no emotional investment in this whatsoever. I'm trying to argue with you purely from a logical point of view.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping that you can do the same. That's my expectation, is that I won't be accusing you of an emotional bias. My expectation is that you and I can have a logical discussion about this, and we won't project onto each other what our motivations are. We will assume the best of each other, because I don't know any other way to have this sort of conversation. If I project onto you that your reason for rejecting God is emotional, we can't have a conversation.
Yeah, I don't think my reason for rejecting a God is emotional, because
but my point is that you said that about us, and I don't want you to do that, because that's not a healthy way to have a conversation.
I'd also just like to
imply that.
I'd like to mention on one point that I think when it comes to the science, the experimentation, that's like a really huge topic. So we're probably just going to have to agree to disagree on what the experimentation with the actual scientific data supports.
Wow.
For now to continue the discussion, or else we'd have to get into a huge scientific debate. You know?
And I'm not a scientist or particularly scientifically literate, to be fair.
Let me just say this about that I think we can get there eventually. But yes, the shorter conversation to have is to deal with these philosophical issues of definitions of words, and teasing apart all of these different ideas about what science is. And Nicholas has come at it from his approach. I've come at it from my approach. I think we're in fundamental agreement, but we're expressing that same conflation of ideas. We're expressing that differently.
Yeah. And to be honest, it is 12 o'clock now, and I'm up in 4.5 hours to go to work. But after tomorrow, I am off for 4 days. So if I'd like to have a conversation with Nicholas, because I quite like Nicholas, and I quite like the way that he comes across in his conversations on his beliefs, and same with you, Graham, and Kevin as well, if you'd like to do it. So I don't know if you'd be interested, Graham, if you'd like to set something up after tomorrow, over the next 4 days, and I can jump into the stream and we can carry on with this conversation, and we can explore each other's beliefs and why we believe things. And why I'd be interested.
I'd love to do that. I just can't guarantee anything at the moment, because life is very much up in the air. And even if I started something, I couldn't guarantee that I would continue with it either. So I can't give any predictions at all at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah,
I won't even try.
I don't really want to get into a deep conversation at this time of night. Like I say, it's midnight. I'm up at 4.5 hours, and then I'm at work for 12 hours. So it's not. I don't want to spend the next hour debating on why I disbelieve and the reasons why you do believe, because I don't have the time to do it.
But we've had wonderful discussion hearing each other. I just want to ask you, Paul, are you subscribed to my channel so that?
To be honest, let me just check on my phone. I don't think I am.
Okay, let me get you the link and I'll put it in the private chat real quick, just so that we definitely, you definitely have contact to me. And you can get my email from my channel too in the about section.
Nicholas streams regularly as well, and he's a great student of the Bible. How long have you been a Christian, Nicholas?
4.5 years.
Yeah. So Nicholas probably understands the non-Christian mindset better than I do, because I grew up in a Christian home. I've been a Christian as long as I can remember. I don't really know anything else. I do try to think about it. I have tried to think through things. I've had doubts and stuff like that. But yes, I've
just found you, Nicholas. I've just subscribed to you. I wasn't subscribed, but I am now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was just about to put it in the private chat now, but you already got it.
Yeah, I found it. So yeah, I've just subscribed to you. So yeah.
Oh, because I said something in the side chat, so you were. Oh no, that doesn't have a link. Anyway, you did a good job finding me fast.
Yeah, and Paul,
I just started putting Nicholas, and it just came up.
Paul, I'd strongly encourage Sal. His channel is Evidence and Reasons. I don't know if you're subscribed to him, but if you want to dig into these issues of, because you said you haven't had a Christian background or anything, like I think you went to church when you were a child, but you weren't brought up a Christian at all.
No,
so
my parents would have classed themselves as Christians, but they weren't non-Christians. My dad would have more classed himself as an agnostic, because he didn't like the word atheist. School, we had religious teachings in school, but it wasn't heavy. So no, I've literally never held a God belief. It's something that. So
if you want to investigate that, those SFT and Sal are two of the major channels I would recommend. Sal is one of the gentlest, kindest. Like I'm not always gentle and kind. At least people tell me I'm not. I tend to be a little more aggressive or assertive or whatever you want to call it. Whereas Sal, only once have I ever seen Sal get angry. And I can't remember if you were on the stream that day. But from what I could tell, it sounded like he had justification.
And what's his channel?
Sorry?
Sal's channel, what is it?
He's a scientist. It's called Evidence and Reasons, his channel. He's a scientist, and in lots of different areas that he digs into, but he digs into all sorts of stuff, not just science. He digs into, life issues and I don't know, all sorts of different things. He tends not to open the stream up because he's had people used porn to hijack his channel, and so he locks it down a lot more now. Than he doesn't have an open stream like many others do now.
Right. Yeah. I just found him, so I'll subscribe to him as well.
Yeah, you'll find him very useful. SFT, I would highly recommend as well. But before I let you go, there was something else that we were talking about before Kevin asked you why you don't believe in God, and I have no idea what it was, and I'm hoping that we didn't leave something up in the air in relation to that.
I had a comment on that, and it was left up in the air, but Paul's been trying to go for a few minutes, so
no, it's not. Go on.
Paul didn't really say he wanted to go. He said he doesn't want to get into that conversation. A deep conversation about gods at 12 o'clock at night.
I heard the 4 hours thing, and I was like, he's got to get to bed, but that's up to Paul.
Well, I do need to go to bed shortly, but the main thing was I'm not going to have the time to get into a heavy conversation that could last,
which could easily last the rest of the night.
Easily, yes.
and then for days afterwards.
Yes, more than likely.
Yeah.
So, Kevin, you had a quick question. Do you want to just ask a quick question before we go?
No, I'll just say go into Standing for Truth's playlist and go through his evidence why the earth can't be millions of years old and evidence for the flood that happened according to the Bible account. Like, I think it's very eye-opening, and if you look into it, and if you're an honest man, I think you'll have to agree that, like, wow, this happened. Like, it's really good evidence.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
Oh, thank you. That's all I ask, man.
And Standing for Truth's channel is rather technical. Sal's channel gets really technical at times, and they both have good standards for science. You know, like someone like Kent Hovind, while he makes a lot of really good general points, he's not very consistent or not very reliable with all of his points, and he's doesn't necessarily understand his points that well to defend them that well. But Sal is extremely strict with the strength of his arguments, and he is a mathematician and a scientist, a practicing one. And so he really has, when it comes to any discussion of scientific or mathematical evidence, Sal is definitely the most reliable. And his channel probably has a nice spectrum of stuff you'd enjoy too, Paul. So I really suggest Sal's channel to you. And especially if you don't know science that well yourself, so you can't test each of the claims really. Like Sal really is reliable, you know. He's and you can ask your atheist scientist friends about that. I think they'll agree.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
And the other thing that I'd like to mention now, and I'd like us to discuss sometime, is Dr. James Tour and the origin of life research, and his 13 videos or 14 videos responding to the so-called Professor Dave, who said that it would be easy for life to arise by chance. And Professor Dave is not a professor. I think he's a lab assistant or something. Whereas Dr. James Tour is a highly credentialed material scientist or material chemist who deals with building molecules. That's his daily work. And Graham is understating it, because there's no way to James Tour's work is really drastically impressive and prolific, him and his team. But I'd love to discuss that with you someday as well, Paul. I think the evidence, and I know I'm biased because I'm a Christian, but we're all biased. I think the evidence for Christianity and the evidence for a God, well, no, let's just start with if there's a God or not. The evidence for a God is overwhelming. There is mountains of evidence. Not just some evidence, not just a mountain, mountains, compared to a couple of little scratches over in the corner that it seems to me, and no offense to you because you're not this sort of atheist, but the atheist who says God definitely doesn't exist is relying on a couple of little things that they barely understand.
Yes, and my position isn't that God definitely doesn't exist. My position is the position of I'm not convinced of it. I haven't taken the God idea off the table without a doubt. I'm not a hard atheist who would argue that God doesn't exist, couldn't exist.
Yes.
I'm quite open to the possibility of a God existing, because there is that many questions that we don't have answers for, or we don't seem to have answers for. Yeah, granted, Christians do claim to have the answer to these questions, but when they answer these questions, to me, it's not convincing that they're right.
Yeah. Well, and I appreciate that. That's why you're still here on my channel. Because if you were one of those atheists, I wouldn't be putting up with you for this long. Because I find those sort of atheists are morons. They are not interested in having an intelligent conversation. They are liars. And I've dealt with hundreds. I would estimate hundreds on Facebook and YouTube and other places, hundreds of atheists who want to claim that I'm a moron because I believe that God doesn't exist, and that they can know that God doesn't exist simply because they assert it based on what they call evidence, but is just really stupidity. They don't have any evidence. And I've proved it over and over again.
Yeah, and
the ones who
agree
claim
with
they
both
can
ideas.
prove God doesn't exist, and that's you're not one of those. So I'm not.
No,
Yeah.
and I'm in agreement with you that there also isn't any evidence that God doesn't exist. I absolutely agree with it. I've not seen any evidence that goes, yeah, that's the evidence that I needed, and God definitely doesn't exist. So no.
Yeah,
I agree that an atheist who argues that a God doesn't exist and couldn't exist, even when I'm listening to their arguments, I can see how they fail.
Yeah. Anyway, I don't want to. If you want to go,
yeah, I'm gonna have to shoot off.
Yeah, I want to keep you up. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your support. I appreciate your attitudes as well.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. And Graham, even though that we're on the opposite side of the fence, I do appreciate your channel and I do appreciate what you do. And if you ever want to have a chat, chuck me an email. If I catch the email, I'm always willing to have a chat with you. And it doesn't have to be discussion about religion. It can just be discussion about life itself. Just somebody to talk to. I'm always there to speak to.
Yeah, well, as a general rule, I'd prefer not to talk about religion with you. I want to get to know you. I want to build a friendship.
Yeah, but I'm not that sort of person that if we were to have a discussion on religion, that even though I know we're going to strongly disagree on that subject, that one subject only, that would not make me fall out with you. I understand
that's a deep topic. That's a deep topic to discuss, to like deepen a friendship on too.
Yeah, but I feel that it. I mean, I might be wrong. I feel that it wouldn't.
It's a deep topic to discuss, to like deepen a friendship on in a good way. Like, if that's what you guys are talking about, then you're really getting to know each other. You know?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, my point is that I'm happy to talk about anything. And as a general rule, when you disagree about a deep topic, it can become heated and confused, especially in this format, very easily. It's even worse on Facebook, but yeah.
Yes, but Facebook's a terrible platform to have these discussions because most of it's done in text. And I think by trying to get your over in text, your feelings can come across. You can come across blunt, because you've only got so many characters you can use, and you've got to get it all out within that certain sentence. So you've got to be, it's got to be short, and it comes across as abrupt.
Yeah, especially me. I come across as even more blunt than some people.
Yeah, and I've done the same thing myself, and I've had people saying, why would you like that with me? And I thought, no, you've taken out of context. That isn't what I meant. I've only got so many characters I've got to put it in, and I prefer to talk to people.
I think that's why we all get along as men, is because we are all so straightforward and blunt in a world that's sort of not. And that's that's honesty and respect. And we don't need to treat each other like we're delicate. That would be insulting, you know?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I'll let you all know now that you will never hurt my feelings. I've never had my feelings hurt in the past, and I cannot see that anybody could say anything to me that would actually hurt my feelings.
Good.
But anyway, I'm going to have to jump out because I need to get to bed. I'm up in about 4.5 hours.
Yep. Have a good night, Paul. See ya. Catch you next time.
If you want to carry on this conversation, Graham, and if Nicholas and Kevin would like to join in, if you're available over the next 4 days after tomorrow, chuck me an email and I'll try to jump in.
Yep, I'll try to be.
Yeah, it's a conversation I would quite like to have with you all. I think it'd be a good one. Anyway, I'm going to have to go. I'll catch you all later.
See you, mate.
Have a good night. Yeah, nice speaking to you, Kevin. Night, and you, Nicholas, and catch you later on, Graham. Good night, everybody.
See you, mate.
Yeah, take it easy, Paul.
Yeah, that was wonderful. He was like, when I came out with my points, he really heard them and listened. It was just like, that's a bit too much for tonight, which, completely fair too. But I like how well he hears us and how well we hear him, so that we're not like getting in the way of hearing each other because we're trying to win or something.
Yes, we don't want it to be about that.
And you keep a nice, honest space here, Graham, and that's good.
That's the most important thing that I want to achieve. Well, second most important thing. The first most important thing is that we honor what I know to be true. But secondly, I want us to have conversations with people who don't know the truth yet, that is respectful towards them as a human being, respectful towards their beliefs for whatever reason they have those beliefs, and shows them the same respect that they have towards seeking the truth. And that's why I have zero tolerance for those people who just want to troll. Zero tolerance.
And I find it rare enough to like find Christians who are like honest enough that I, still want to continue to have conversations with them. Because a lot of people I used to talk to, it's like they're not really interested in just submitting to the truth and being changed by the truth, And
Yes.
so, and then it's of course even rarer among people who don't profess to be Christians. So that's all the more reason to
actually.
If someone's just not willing to submit and let Christ change them, I would argue that maybe they're not really Christians.
Yep.
Yeah, and
it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible. I think we're just not saved by works, and I do think that there's a lot of people who they do trust Jesus, but then they're perhaps just, I don't know, some people are greater in the kingdom and some are lesser, and I think basically that's a matter of how submissive we are, probably.
I think it comes down to a matter of what we call church discipline, but on my channel, I'm not really going to call it church discipline, but the same principles apply. If you have a lack of humility that you stubbornly stick to, I have to treat you as though you are not a Christian.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm referring to, I'm referring to like people more in between, and then I'm just having a really strict standard. So I guess that's where it's like I want to backpedal a little bit, is like I'm actually referring to people who are like, they're almost submitted to the truth enough, but they're just like really they're kind of held to their traditions also, as opposed to other people who are just like flagrantly ignorant. So for me, the flagrantly ignorant and the just barely ignorant, like in general, I'm putting them in the same category, and I just want to spend time talking to people like you guys and CJ and Paul.
Yes, people who are interested in the truth and have a humble attitude that they don't think they know everything.
Yes, I don't want to slander the people who are just like who are just a bit flawed from the people who like ignorance is totally who they are. But at the same time, for people who are even just a bit flawed, it's like I'm really going somewhere with Jesus, and I got to go that place with people who are willing to go there, and it really holds me back when they're so slow to submit to Jesus on additional points. So it's not that I'm criticizing them, but it's like I want to be with people who specifically will keep being corrected on more and more points to like full maturity. And that's what I like.
So you've reminded me of two things. One of them is that I'll deal with first. I'll mention the one that I'll deal with second, and we'll come back to it because it's the title of the video. Perfect love casts out fear, which is a phrase that I was reminded of in an email that Nicholas sent me based on a conversation we'd had earlier, and we can have that. We can revisit that shortly. I'd love to have that conversation. But before we do that, I'd like to turn to Psalm 32 and continue what we were just talking about. And I did them in that order so that I wouldn't forget that I want to go back to that one after I do this one. So Psalm 32. Let me just bring it up on the screen.
And real quick, I want to mention, Graham, that earlier when we both really wanted to respond to Paul, I think you and I did a good job of like agreeing to take turns and asserting ourselves and like dealing with it, so that was good. Because I was feeling really impatient at that time. I was like feeling it literally in my body chemistry. But, I was just doing my best with it.
So let me check the...
Yeah, Nicholas, I would have appreciated if you and I could connect more often too, because the last time we were talking, we were going over Hebrews and stuff. That helped me out a lot, like helped me understand it a little better.
Yeah, and at the time I didn't really, I learned like the sentence structure and how it's different and doesn't seem to have the same implications and stuff. If I knew that in advance, I could have taught it to you a lot more easily on your mind, But you were there when I was learning it. I wasn't prepared to teach it, so. And to me, that's the difference between teaching and that's the difference between teaching and study. We did a study together.
Yeah, I like that stuff.
It's and just real quick, Graham, just a quick point on this to Kevin is that so there's that section in chapter 3 is actually very different. All those ifs are actually if according to expectation. So that's like the opposite sort of direction almost from the difference in language that we saw where the ifs were not actually ifs. And I know Graham's probably curious now and doesn't know what we're talking about, I think. So we'll get a chance to talk about it later. But yeah, so there's more to go into in the book of Hebrews. So I think I'm getting pretty close to being ready to do like a full book of Hebrews teaching. So I wasn't trying to get there, but it just seems like God has given me to be able to offer to others.
Necessary, because the book of Hebrews is probably one of the most understood books in all of the New Testament.
Yeah, so I'm working on that, but I will yield to Graham.
So we were talking about, I can't remember what you were saying, Nicholas, but it just reminded me of a stubborn donkey versus a submissive horse. And although that's common in our thinking, in our culture, that donkeys tend to be stubborn and horses tend to be, once they're broken. But here in Psalm 32, verse 9, be ye not as the horse or as the mule, which have no understanding, whose mouth must be held in with bit and bridle, lest they come near unto thee. It reminded me of that. Would we rather... So if we had the choice between a horse that wants to be helpful, is well trained, and a donkey or even a horse that is wild and unbroken, which one do we prefer to spend more time with? Well, someone who's into breaking horses, and that's what they love to do, might want to spend more time breaking horses because they enjoy doing it. But that's a small minority of the population. Most of the population would prefer to deal with an animal that has already been trained, or one that they've already trained. But even most people, they don't want to do the training themselves. They want someone else to train the animal for them. So we as human beings, it might be a slightly tortured leap that I've made, but it was the leap that occurred in my head. And so I'm going to continue with it. And I hope people can bear with me until they catch up with where my mind has gone. So Psalm 32 is of David. I'm going to blank that out because it doesn't appear there. I know it makes sense of the passage, but...
I gotta get going, Graham, but I could be back in a few hours, man. I'm sorry, I gotta get going.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Thanks.
It was good to hear from you, though, man.
Yeah, well, I really appreciate you coming on. I really appreciate that, that I do have friends, and I know that I do, but sometimes I get stuck.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just gotta pray for each other and encourage each other, because there's a few days I feel like giving up too, like today. So,
yeah, especially and thanks for sharing that, because like this is one of the things that I want to do on the channel. I want us to be able to share with each other be able to support each other. A burden. Yeah. You've just reminded me of Galatians 6. It says bear one another's burdens, but it also says bear your own burden. Now that's not a contradiction. We are to do both. We have to bear our own burden, and we are to help each other bear our burdens. And one of the things that we find is as we bear someone else's burden, our own burden becomes lighter. One of the best ways to stop being depressed is to go out and help people. Find someone else who's worse off and help them. Or they don't even have to be worse off, but just someone you can help. And so, I'm preaching to myself as I'm saying this, because this is something I obviously need to hear as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Just thanks, Graham. Like I've learned a lot. Just listening and studying with you, and I appreciate the fellowship. And I hope you don't go anywhere anytime soon. I'd like to continue studying.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping we can move, but we just bought ourselves a dongle so that we have internet while we're moving as well. So and while I'm moving, I mean, I probably can't stream much while I'm driving. The internet's going to drop in and out, but I'll probably record videos that I then upload so that you can join us on our journey. And when I do have internet, I might get Margie to hop on a stream. And but I've just heard that it's illegal for someone to sit in the passenger seat with a mobile phone because it could distract the driver.
Really?
That's ridiculous. Well, he lives in Australia, Kevin.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
That's Australia has been pretty crazy with some stuff. Reminds me a lot of Canada at the moment.
Yep. That's the direction we're headed. Absolute lunacy. I want to get out of Australia. If I can, I want to leave Australia and move to America.
It's a big enough, lightly populated enough place where maybe you can hide somewhere.
I'll buy you your first shotgun if you come up to America. Go out to a firing range and let off a couple of slugs.
Yeah, well, let's not talk about that too much on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'll get my Discord up and running, and we can have a freedom. We can have a free speech chat over there. Yes.
Yeah.
But that's definitely something that I would love to do. That's one of the reasons that I'd love to live in America, is to have that sort of freedom as well.
Yeah.
I love your Constitution. I wish you were using it.
Right. Yeah, me too, man.
One of my favorite jokes in the past has been, "Hey, let's have an American Constitution. We could even borrow theirs because they're not using it."
Oh man, it makes me want to cry.
But there's it's not quite true that there's no Australians that want to join me, but the number of Australians that want to join me is less than 10%. But that's always been the way. It's always 10% that fight for freedom, 80% in the middle who just follow the crowd, and 10% on the other end who actively fight against freedom as a general rule. And that's why the Nazis won, because there was less than 10% fighting against them.
Yep.
It's always why evil wins, because less than 10% fight back. Southern Baptist Convention. Let's bring that up as well.
Well, they have like almost half of the people resisting it, but still, well, we got to let Kevin go. If you're going, Kevin, yeah.
Yeah. Nicholas, do you have
Sorry,
my email,
Kevin.
Nicholas?
What?
Do you have my email?
Do I have your email? I don't know. Do you have mine?
Oh yeah, I want you to try. Here, I'm gonna send it. I want you to try to stay in, contact.
Oh yeah, because I told you that you must have had my wrong email. So let me type my email, correct spelling in the side chat here. Proclaimer of Messiah, one word. I'll look at it, make sure I didn't typo it. Oh, I just doxed myself. No, my email is public. I keep most things public because I'm like, there's lots of Christian ministers who they don't like hide. So I'm like, I don't need to hide. Cool, Kevin.
Yeah. All right. I'll talk to you guys soon. And if I can, I'll be back on later, depending on how long, Graham stays on.
Yeah. Depends how my day goes. We'll see.
Yeah. But hopefully I'll be back later.
Catch you, mate.
All right. See you. Thank you.
Shalom. And then, Graham, I have pushback for you on what you were just saying about a good way to be less depressed is to help others. And okay, this is kind of very nuanced. So just give me a moment. But because one thing is like I think that sort of by being truly doing something of value, we feel good, then that we know that it is true that we are doing something of value, you know, so that should feel good. But feeling better or worse in moments is a matter of happiness as opposed to joy, because the word happiness is associated with happening or happenstance, you know?
Yes.
So happiness is a matter of circumstance, but joy is not necessarily a matter of circumstance. And but as far as despair and hope, I really think that we should, you know, I don't mean to criticize by using the word should, but we should trust Christ enough that any matter of hope and despair is settled. So where there's struggle with that, we want to encourage each other to that. Yeah.
Yeah, so you weren't here earlier when I said that I realize that at least partly what's going on with me is connected to me being selfish. God is not first in some way or other in what's going on. And I'm not going to, you know, throw a blanket over all depression, but I know for me at least, and I suspect that this is frequently the case, or at least sometimes the case with people, it's something they need to consider with depression. Am I putting me first instead of God first in some way?
Yeah, because I struggled a lot with depression, you know, when I was very manic depressive. Yeah. You know, I was very, you know, I was never officially diagnosed or anything because I just never did things that way. But looking back now, I'm like, I was very manic depressive, really bad. And, you know, in the place I am in life now where I'm trying to step up to my responsibilities, and I think I'm working on something now that can provide income and shift me into my next chapter, you know. But
Yeah.
there's sin in that, you know. It's like I should have been a man when I was younger, or like if I'm doing what I'm doing now, then I really need to buckle down and I should already be, you know, there's like, but and it can be sort of like, it's like I feel bad about it, but I feel bad about it in a Christian context, which then also has the comfort and the trust and peace and joy.
Yes.
So, whereas before, even when I was super happy and manic and I thought things were awesome, there was not comfort and peace and joy and
Yes.
And trust. There was not those things. And so it's like, in that sense, even my worst times now are better than my best times were then. But it's not so much a matter of feelings. It's
Yes.
it's a matter of trust.
Yes. Yeah, and I completely agree with that. And that's, I mean, I'm going to call it providence that God has led me to Psalm 32. It's a psalm that I had memorized in the past. I don't have it perfectly memorized anymore because I haven't kept it up. But it's a psalm that I regularly reference, and it's a psalm that I at least remember most of what's in it. And I think it's highly appropriate, and probably will be more appropriate as we go through it. Oh, by the way, that's the other thing that I should blank out. We really don't need men giving us titles for these things. I just want to know what God says. Oh, that didn't work. Oh, I can't blank out the titles.
You'll just
That's
have
annoying.
to scroll down a tiny bit.
Yeah. Yeah, but I want to get rid of it permanently. Wonder if that one will work. Huh. How come I can do that color but not black?
Right, so that's what you're saying, is that this eSword thing is like you start with the King James Bible and you can edit it?
I'll do off black. It's not actually black anyway. Now I've highlighted it. There is a little tiny bit of editing that I can do, but not much. Logos is the one that I'm recommending to you for your Bible.
Oh, okay.
If you want to investigate that, but you've already gone a long way in yours. But I think here's the other thing. Well, I haven't investigated this with Logos, but I'd be surprised if they don't have this functionality that you can then make your Bible public to other people who might want to use it through the Logos software. And there are a lot of people who use it.
And that's Bible Logos based up in Washington, right? That's
I don't know. Yeah,
I think that's what you're talking about. It's like $800 for the lifetime thing or whatever for like the middle package,
something like
which is probably the one that I would get because I don't really spend time on commentaries.
Yeah, but there's a lot of free stuff with it as well.
Yeah, and it's a fair price for what it is, but
so I'm just letting other people know who might be listening. Logos is free, but there are packages that you can buy to increase the functionality. But if you're looking for free, I recommend eSword as the best free package. Logos is a lot more complicated. It's a lot more powerful. But if you want more powerful, you're probably going to have to pay for the for the more powerful options than the free. So yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. I should provide links for that, but I want to get into Psalm 32. This is by David. It's a maskil. I'm not sure what that means. It doesn't really matter. I think that's probably the tune that you're supposed to use to sing it to, or it's a group of songs / psalms, because psalms were songs that are for a particular situation or particular time. I'm not overly bothered about that. If you want to know more about what maskil means, look it up. Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Like Nicholas was just saying, my worst day as a Christian is still better than my best day before I was a Christian. Because even when my feelings are betraying me and my thoughts are betraying me and my even my own ability to trust God is betraying me, not because of lack of ability, but because I'm not trusting him. Just want to make that clear. I still know that my sins are forgiven. And even if I don't remember that, even if I'm doubting that, my sins still are forgiven, even when I don't know it. As a Christian, blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven. It's got nothing to do with what I believe. It has got something to do with what I have believed. If I have trusted God and been born again, then my transgression is forgiven eternally. That's a one-time thing that God does for us. The first time that we come to that place of trust in him as our Savior and Lord. And you may not have used those words, you may not have even have understood it that way, but however you want to describe that moment where God converts us from the kingdom of darkness to the kingdom of light. Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. And anytime you want to interrupt Nicholas with anything, jump in. Blessed is the man unto whom the Lord imputeth not iniquity, and in whose spirit there is no guile. Now, I want to point out about this word imputeth. So in Christianity, we use this word imputed to talk about the righteousness that God has given us. It is imputed, not imparted. It is imputed, not... I can't remember the other word. What's the word that's opposite imputed when we talk about justification? I hope you remember, Nicholas.
No, I don't know that.
Imputed versus inputted or imparted, or infused. That's the word that I was trying to think of. So we don't have an infused righteousness, which means that the righteousness is now something that God has given us separate to himself, and we have a righteousness within us that we now own independent of God. No, The only righteousness that we have is in Christ, and we are righteous because Christ is in us and we are in him. That's an imputed righteousness. So look at it another way, from a law court point of view, that the books are opened and there's all Graham's sins listed. And so what God does for Graham Gould when he first trusted him, when I first trusted God, let's stop talking in the third person about myself. That's confusing. When I first trusted God, what God did was he didn't make my sins disappear so they no longer existed. They're as far as the east is from the west. They're buried in the bottom of the deepest sea. All of those things are true, but those sins still exist. But those sins were put on Christ and he paid for them. And what God does for me is not only that my sin is paid for, but God gives me his righteousness, not separate from himself. But let's go back to the courtroom, and the books are opened, and there's my sin. Go for it, Nicholas.
Oh, no, I don't want to interrupt. Go ahead.
There's my sin. And my sin's still there in those books. But let's go back to this passage here, because it says here, whose sin is covered. If you opened those books, you would not be able to see my sin, because my sin is covered by the blood of Jesus. My transgression has been forgiven. Right, so that the debt that I owe because of my violation of God's law, that's what transgression means. It means to violate the law. Sin means to stray off the path, if I remember correctly. And then the next word in this little progress is iniquity. And iniquity means to act as though the law does not exist. Well, actually, so transgression. No, I've got to get this right. One of them means to stray off the path. One of them means to fall short of the target, or at least this is the New Testament imagery that we're given. I'd have to study this more. Maybe that's a project that Nicholas would be interested in looking up.
Yeah, the New Testament stuff I'm pretty good on. I know exactly what you're talking about. I've dealt with both of those words in 1 John chapter 1, where I'm currently working. Now here, iniquity is usually like basically depravity, and that's what it says here for the definition of it in the Hebrew. Perversity, depravity, iniquity, guilt, or punishment of iniquity. Guilt of iniquity, guilt as great, guilt of condition, consequence of or punishment for iniquity. Okay, but yeah.
So would it be good to use the common understanding of the word evil in that place? Like the idea of depravity, the worst sort of sin.
Yeah, I think I mean, it's just really tough to say because we're getting into such nuance, and I can't pretend to know the nuance of the Hebrew. Because what was it you just? Oh, evil. Yeah, because I know evil. In Hebrew there's like calamitous, harmful evil, and then this is like depravis, lawless evil. But when they talk about like evil as an archetype, I think they actually use that other one. The harmful, calamitous is the one that's the same word for the archetype of evil. So in that sense, I guess there definitely is a commonality of meaning, but there's also a nuance of context where it wouldn't be the right translation,
Yeah, well, the way that I hear most people using the word evil, when I try to use the word evil, people go, oh, no, that's human beings aren't evil. Only some human beings, like pedophiles, they're evil, although that's slowly changing.
Humanity is totally calamitous and harmful. So, and because of sin,
yeah, but
because of wrongdoing.
I'm not talking about the Hebrew definition, like the Hebrew translation into the word evil. I'm talking by the way most people use the word evil today. Most people use the word evil to mean the worst kind of sin. They wouldn't use the word sin, but I don't know what else to call it. The worst kind of people. Oh, Hitler's evil, right? that there's some people, a very small percentage of the population, those people are evil, and compared to them I look good. That I'm talking about that meaning of the word evil. Would that be, I'm wondering whether, just so we can explain it to people.
Yeah, I think I mean, if you're explaining it, then you're explaining it, and you are understanding the concept, right? So you're good, because explaining it is exactly what we need to do. If we just if we translate into the version of English that is the godless perspective way of perceiving the language, then we can't communicate the godly perspective. So when their perception of English isn't useful, then we have to explain it. Yeah,
I'm not talking about translating. I'm talking about what words can I use to explain what iniquity means to people. And I think the way that most people use the word evil is sort of what, at least fairly close to what we're talking about here, is that this is really wicked or evil, in that once again, wicked's another word that's changed meaning. But yeah, that really depraved, but we don't use that word much.
Yeah, okay, and so, it doesn't mean lawless, but lawless to God, and as synonymous with evil, as synonymous with depravity. That sort of catches the connotations and nuances of this word, I think.
Yeah. So transgression here, would that be, let me look up the word. Rebellion. Ah, yes, that's right. Yes, transgression or rebellion. So this is rebelling against authority or against the law.
As long as we're digging into these words a little bit, I'll just mention really quick that word at the beginning. What is it? Maskil, or however it's pronounced, Mashil, or however it's pronounced. That is, it's the genre of poem. So it's a contemplative poem. So like video games can be a side scroller or a beat 'em up or an RPG, you know? Well, poems can have different genres in Hebrew, apparently, and this one's contemplative.
Ah, contemplative poem. Okay.
Yeah, so it's a genre.
Right.
But, okay, you were on the word, so I don't have you distracted. Transgression, which was rebellion, and then I think you went to, like, the next one, right?
So my rebellion has been forgiven. The judge will not punish me because I have rebelled against him. I have disobeyed his law. I have rebelled against his authority, whose sin. So this word for sin here is very similar to the New Testament word for sin. It can mean a sacrifice for sin. It is frequently used as a synonym for transgression, he says.
Well, it means...
He's not digging into the word much there, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, this one's actually not used very much in this form, so it's not our usual word for sin.
Strong says it's an offense or the sacrifice for an offense. So an offense against God. Offense. I'm trying to think of how to describe, because it's I think it's very important to understand what these words mean, because he uses 4 different words. So he's covering. The other thing that we need to understand here is that in these 2 verses, he uses 4 different words for what we would call sin. One of them is a word that's translated as sin. So he's covering the full gamut of human evil, if I can call it that, lack of goodness, rebellion, the full gamut of lawlessness, the full gamut of deceit is our final word, and in whose spirit there is no guile, which means deceit or treachery, or it can even mean fault. So everything wrong. There's a good coverall word.
Well, since you're saying you want, I just for this word sin, I just want to if you'll share my screen for a second, I just want to do a quick dig in on it, and it really should be a quick one because it's something where if people really want to do it in more detail, they'll have to do it themselves, or maybe I'll address it another time. Am I up on the screen?
Yes.
Cool. So it's this sin here. When I click on it, it only appears 8 times. And and then let's look at the letters kind of carefully as we go, because it's saying it's coming from this other word, which has the same first 3 letters. So we have an added letter here. And I don't know the significance of it in this case. I only know that for like one thing in Hebrew. I'm not very proficient at Hebrew. So here's where we take off that letter and we get, okay, they use different vowel markers, but this is the same word as miss the mark. But when they use this vowel markers, it says that its definition is more related to a crime. And yet it's actually the same word because the vowels were added later. So then if we go back one more, this is the main word that's used. We see it's 238 times. The previous one was only 33. So it went 8, 33. Then this is the most common one. This simply means to miss your mark or miss the target. Of course, we know that sin in Christian and in our religious context has more specific meaning than that. But the word used for it means to miss the mark. So here we have the word miss the mark with one added letter. I don't know what that added letter does, but that's so in that sense, we are looking at the word sin and it's one letter different to be a specific context or connotation or nuance, you know?
And that sounds very similar to the New Testament. So I'm trying to remember the verse.
Yeah, the New Testament word is a really perfect synonym for the Hebrew word when it comes to sin.
Miss the mark, fall short of the target.
Yeah,
for all have fallen short of the glory of God. All have sinned, that's it. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. So he's repeating himself that this is a person who misses the mark by falling short of the target.
Yeah, because there's another way to miss the mark is to be aimed wrong. Those are 2 different ways to miss the mark. So there's kind of a nuance to what he's talking about, you know? And someone who's totally misaimed is going to be like a really vile person that like most people would have problems with. But someone who just falls short is going to be like perfectly respectable. But we all fall short, except that God accounts. So now we're back to that word imputes. Oh, and you can take mine off the screen and do yours. I just wanted to share my quick word study for that one. So yeah, that imputing is to account or to officially consider it to be such.
Yes.
And so, and that's the difference between imputed or infused justification is that we're considered to be justified because Christ actually contains the, what will we call it, the legitimacy of justification. And he owns us, and God the Father lets him own us. Not only that, but God the Father gave us to him.
Yes.
And so, we are created unto good works, but that's not a matter of justification at all whatsoever. That's just Christ doing what he does. He creates people unto good works. Go Christ. So there is something that's infused that we're created unto good works, but our justification is only imputed. It is only that God considers it such. And so here, even though we have done iniquity, he does not consider it such. And that's why it's worded this way. And it points to Christ coming and that Christ is going to be the solution.
I want to ask you a question, but I want to ask you if I can ask you the question, and I don't know how to ask you if I can ask you the question without asking you the question. That's a good idea. G'day, pigs and saints. Thanks for joining us. Yes, private chat.
I'm like, well, let me see if there's something on the screen I can talk about while the audience waits for you.
Yeah.
Let's see. So this is...
While I do one thing at a time.
The 32nd Psalm in the list. It is of David, contemplative psalm or poem. Blessed
Oh,
is he.
I wish.
Okay.
I've sent you the question in the private chat. I wish that I could put comments on words in this thing. That's why I want logos, because like you tell me Maskell means that. Okay, well I want to add that to this so that I know what Maskell means from now on, because the word has no meaning. Yeah.
Wait, what has no meaning?
Maskell, and unless someone tells me what it means, like it's not a word that has any meaning in English. Someone has to tell me what that means, and so I want to. Like,
oh yeah, well, you know what it could be is that maybe the King James translators didn't have the resources to be too sure of the nuance of the definition and stuff, and so like that's what they did with agony. Agony is actually a Greek word, and actually
Yes.
our modern definition of it is a misinterpretation of scripture. That's not actually what the word means.
yes, because
So,
agony means to strive originally in the Greek. It means to wrestle. It's hard work, basically.
yeah, well, it's like the and more exactly, it's sort of well, strive is a good way because it comes from the word lead, and to strive is like to go ahead in little rushes, kind of, you know. And so it is sort of on the lead of it. So I think, yeah, strive probably is a really good word. But I think the context of leadership there has to do with him and the Father gathering together, and an angel is sent to him, and then he's in great agony. And it's
in the garden,
he's in that great gather. He's like that great. It's great is an adjective. So they're saying the agony is great. What the agony is coming together to lead and strive ahead. And so there is a coming together aspect from what I researched in the etymology anyway. But yeah, it doesn't mean like he was despairful. It's actually quite the opposite. It's like he was ready to go into something difficult, as opposed to like he was despairful about going into something difficult. So the difference is his attitude. His attitude was actually like bold, you know, emboldened at that moment. It wasn't despaired at that moment.
Yes,
it's like heroic. It's epic, you know. It's awesome.
Yes, yeah. How do you interpret his prayer? Father, if it's possible, let this cup pass from me. Nevertheless, not as I will, but your will be done. The second half of that's easy to interpret, it seems to me. But the first half of that, there's a lot of debate about it. And I don't know if you have any thoughts about that. Was Jesus second guessing? Was he doubting? Was he like people? That's how it reads to most people when they first come across it. I'm sure it's not that, but
I don't think that's it at all. I think it's he's expressing to he's communicating what it is from his perspective. So he's speaking honestly to the Father, but also so that we get a glimpse into his honest perspective, that it's like he would rather not do it, but he does it because it's the right thing to do according to the Father, and who he is the Father's son.
So that doesn't really answer for me the question that seems
well, the part about it. There's the part that's to communicate that it's to communicate that there is that real suffering, that there is the pain that makes it undesirable. And the reason it's ultimately desirable is because it's right according to God. So it's a very good example of motivation, because like we sort of sometimes we wait until God's going to make us like feel good with something to really do that thing, you know. But Jesus is saying like this, you know, it doesn't feel good for me. I'm going to do it because it's right to the Father.
So you use the word undesirable. Let's examine that. It's not undesirable to God, surely. So Jesus as God doesn't find it undesirable, does he?
Well, from that perspective, he's expressing the undesirability from that perspective. So everything must be in context, and God is a very elegant intricate being with a lot more nuance than a human, you know?
So what's the perspective? The human perspective?
That's the best way to sum it up. Yeah, the perspective of a perfectly righteous human.
Ah. So, because a lot of people say, or at least this is what I used to think when I was growing up, is that he wasn't looking forward to the physical suffering.
Yeah, and if I may say, I said a perfectly righteous human. I want to change that to the perfectly righteous human.
Yes, true. Which is why I asked you the question in the side chat. I see a lot of traits in you. That
Yeah. And well, I'm just waiting to answer that when it won't totally interrupt. But I guess now would be the moment then.
Whenever.
We're always interrupting something. Everything we do is an interruption of the previous thing. That's how we roll. So, but it's good. We get a lot of exploration, whereas some people stay so much on task they don't do as much exploring. You know, we're like Bible explorers. We really are.
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
I want to ask if you are on the autistic or Asperger's spectrum, and no, you know, I mean, I think I'm more like. The way I work my intelligence is very unique. And I do know people who consider themselves to be a bit on the Asperger's spectrum who I'm similar to them. So it's sort of like I'm close to the spectrum. But
Yeah,
as far as
me
I know,
too.
I'm not like on the spectrum. But
I've actually been tested and I'm not.
Yeah,
but I'm
actually,
very close.
I actually don't think I'm on the Asperger's spectrum. I think just the way I think into abstraction, I think is the opposite of the Asperger's spectrum, actually.
Right.
Because they tend to have very data powerful things in their mind, but then they don't necessarily have they don't necessarily have the similar mechanisms of control and guidance to all that data, you know? So I'm sort of the opposite. My data side of my mind is pretty weak, and I compensate with all of the mechanisms of thought and control and attention. And like when I'm well prepared for a topic, then I can it just flows out of me, you know? And it's totally different if I'm not well prepared.
Yep.
But I have to prepare really well. So where someone more on Asperger's, data comes to them kind of automatically. I'm the exact opposite. So I guess there's something that seems similar about it, but it's actually on like the other side of the middle.
Yeah, it's the same thing with me. I have traits that appear similar to perhaps Asperger's. Like they keep changing because they used to have them all on the one spectrum, then they split them, and I think they're trying to combine them again. They keep arguing about what it is. I don't think they really know. I think everybody's different. Everybody's on the spectrum of something or other. Everybody's on multiple spectrums. We're all just human beings.
Yeah, I do think there's usefulness to the vocabulary and discussion in trying to help as far as autism and Asperger's go, but it is an extremely nuanced, contextual matter. You know, it's not simple at all. Because it's a matter of the mind, right? The mind and the body, and it's sort of like the complexity of the mind and the complexity of the body in this particular case sort of makes it exponentially complex, you know?
So getting back to these four words that are used here: transgression, sin, iniquity, and guile. So you reminded me with the word sin of Romans 3:23, for all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. So the idea there is of an archer trying to hit a target, and the arrow. So there's the idea of missing the mark, and also the idea of falling short in that one verse. And so sin, for all have sinned and fallen short. In that one verse, he's linking those two ideas of both missing the mark and falling short of the target. Fallen short. So yeah, sin means missing the mark, and it doesn't mean just falling short, but your arrow could go in any direction, whereas falling short means you're headed towards the target, but you don't make the target. And my thinking about that is, it's like trying to jump to the moon. So you can head towards the moon's up in the sky, and so you jump in the air towards the moon. That's heading towards the target.
Well, only when it's at the zenith, but yes.
Yes, but you can see the moon, and so you can jump towards it. You can't jump towards the moon when you can't see it. Well, jumping sideways, but you can't jump down. Anyway, so there's two ideas there that I want people to grasp, and we fail on both of them. Even if we do try to head towards righteousness, we will still fall short because we can't accomplish it. And so in every single aspect, whether we miss the mark or fall short of the target, or whether we're in rebellion against God, or whether we stray off the path, or whether we're deceitful, or whether we have iniquity, or whether, like all of these different ideas, it doesn't matter which one is our problem. And I would like to suggest that it's nearly always more than one. In fact, I would like to suggest that at least sometime in your life you failed in every single one of the areas. But God covers them all. Now, this psalm doesn't tell us how. The New Testament tells us how. It's with Jesus Christ. It's by faith in the Messiah that God promised in the Old Testament and sent in the New Testament. The Messiah who is called Christ in the New Testament, Jesus Christ, the Lord Jesus Christ. And it's because, as Nicholas said earlier, he is the only righteous man to have ever lived by the perfect standard of righteousness. There are people in the Bible who are called righteousness, but they had an imputed righteousness. Noah was found righteous in God's eyes, not because he was sinless. There was no one in Scripture who was sinless, including Joseph and Daniel, about whom no sin is recorded. And no sin was recorded against Noah when God called him righteous. But if we are to take God's word as God meaning what he says, those people were sinners. All have sinned except Christ. Christ is the only one who never sinned. And because he never sinned, he is God in human flesh. That human body can be offered up as a sacrifice in our place. So he takes our place, and he can satisfy the holiness and justice of God because he's lived this perfect human life and then offered it up as a sacrifice to God, the only acceptable sacrifice that God has ever fully accepted. And the only blood that can cover our sin is the blood of Jesus. So when it says our sin is covered, in the New Testament it tells us that our sin is covered by the blood of Jesus. Our transgression is forgiven because of the death of Jesus. God doesn't impute iniquity to us anymore, even though we've sinned. God doesn't continue to consider that sin to be on our account anymore. Because of Jesus' death, because God justifies us. And what God does is, in justification, what God is doing is saying, I'm not going to count those sins against you anymore. I am now going to count you as if you had never sinned. And some people like to define justification as just as if I had never sinned. It's a nice, easy way to remember. It's a shortcut to remember what justification is about. Justification is God saying, no longer do you have any sin on your account. That is now covered, and I am not going to impute that sin to you, that iniquity to you. I am now going to impute to you, I am going to count you as though you had lived the perfect life that Jesus lived. And he is going to... Yep.
So when John talks about if we confess our sins, he's just and right to forgive us our sins, that's referring to this lack of imputation. That's his way of saying it.
He is. So if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just and right, you said. So what is God being faithful to? To himself, to his promises. How is God just? By if we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. How is God being just to forgive people who have sinned?
I don't have words for that. I point to the cross for that answer.
Well, I believe I have an answer. How is God being just? Because Jesus has already paid for it. It would be unjust of God for him to impute Jesus as our righteousness, and then we sin as Christians, and God goes, oh no, now you have to pay for that. And this is why eternal security is so important. This is why it is impossible for our sin to separate us from God, and our disbelief and our lack of faith and whatever else people want to turn to. Oh, you've got to walk a good Christian life. And this legalism that creeps in because people don't want to believe that God has actually saved people such that they will end up in heaven, and God has made that promise. And that is, see, that's an unjust God. That's a God that has already punished Jesus Christ in your place. He says that you are saved, and then he takes it away and goes, oh no, you now have to go to hell.
Well, I want to emphasize also that it's who Jesus is, because as a matter of deep fact, he is the spotless lamb. He is worthy. He is the Son of God. And so his sacrifice, it's a fact that it has the value to purchase us. So you're saying that's where the justness and righteousness of it comes from.
And God says that we, Ephesians 2:8-9, for you have been saved, or in the King James it says, for you are saved, for by grace you are saved through faith. Now, someone who believes that you can lose your salvation goes, oh yeah, but that means one day you will be saved. But Scripture talks about it in the past
No, they're not
tense.
understanding how the King James is translated.
Exactly.
Saved is present tense and past tense in order to express the perfect.
Yes,
or,
you are saved now.
I'd have to double check. I want to double check that that's perfect, the perfect tense now that I said it is, because I can't teach wrong. Where was it located?
Ephesians 2:8. In the ESV, it says you have been saved, which covers exactly what the King James is saying. If you understand it correctly, you are saved. That means you have been. That's what that means.
Oh, and I'm actually...
Is it perfect or aorist or however you pronounce it?
Okay, let me just get to the answer. I'm in the Greek. I'm in the morphological Greek instead of the Textus Receptus, but it should be the same. Well, this actually is by grace have. So by grace, second person plural verb. Yeah, so this is being, isn't it? So are second person plural. Yeah, you are perfect passive. So you have been saved is actually the way it's worded. Of course, that's not how for the Greeks they would hear it in a way that's not awkward, but it's actually worded it's actually worded because to grace y'all have been saved via faith.
So when you said have been.
Oh, here, let me screen share. Sorry, because I'll show you exactly what I mean, because it makes it's
because I want to know.
Obviously, that's more representing the Greek, so you know what the Greek says. It's not quite an English translation, if that makes sense.
I want to nail down that translate. Like, what is the tense that we should understand it to mean in English?
Yeah, so you have me on the screen. Cool. So here is the gar is because, even though it goes in a strange word order for English, but it means because, but they don't use it in the same word order. So that's one of, but it's because, in this case, it seems to be the same word order, because this word, so it's actually because to the grace, here is y'all are, second person plural of to be, not to be. It's not in that tense, but of the, it's present, active, indicative. So second person plural, and it's about being. So it is y'all are. And then this one is perfect passive participle. So the participle, oh, I made a mistake. I didn't put the participle in there. So, okay, the perfect passive participle, that's one of the trickiest ones to translate, but I've got my other stuff here to look through. As long as I'm doing this, let me go ahead and change the screen share. Just, well, I don't know if anyone's in the audience, but I think Graham would be curious to see what I'm about to do here. Let me see. Window, conversion catalog. Okay. So here's where this is the last word I was working on, was miss the mark. So I'll zoom in real close so people can actually see. If is my keyboard out of battery? Because I can't zoom in, but if I hold control, it should let me zoom in. So I'm like, no, my keyboard's not out of battery. Okay, it's literally just not letting me zoom in and out for no reason whatsoever. So I probably need to restart my computer. But okay, here, let me just save this and reopen it. So
oh, your internet's
now I can zoom in.
Playing. Oh.
Right? Oh, no, that's not on my internet. It's on my computer, but I had to close it and reopen it because it wasn't functioning right. And it was way too small for you guys to see. So, well, I hit save, so hopefully it saved my work. It has me in a slightly different spot. Yeah, my work's still here. So one thing I want to say is that miss the mark, is the exact same in Hebrew and Greek, but in English,
are you
we
able
don't really
to zoom in?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Zoom in more?
Yeah. Thank you for reminding me. I was thinking about my talking, but before I get to what I'm actually talking about, as long as it was already here, it was something I wanted to say just a couple minutes ago, because miss the mark is the exact same meaning in Hebrew and Greek, but then we don't have a good word for it in English. We have like the word mistake, So for the verb, I use 3 words, miss the mark, which is easy, but then the nouns are difficult. So the noun I put was mark missance, and then mark missage for a certain reason for another one. So it's mark missance. So when you miss the mark, it's and there'll be multiple columns. So the other columns will clarify. So this is the most difficult to read column, is the one I'm working on first. And so save your criticisms about difficult to read until you see how all the columns inform each other, and until I'll probably do the prototype of just John chapter 1 first, and then I'll use that to do the rest of it, so forth, so on.
Can I tell you a quick story? So my translation, and I'm sure.
Wait, just let me close this. Just let me close this topic real quick. So the last thing is the adjective, which is mark misful, and then I'm done with this word. So go ahead.
Right. So, my translation, and I'm sure you had very little difficulty understanding what I was trying to say with it. Yours is more complicated than mine. I was at Bible school, and I was because they had us memorizing these verses, and to make sure, I thought to myself, hey, I'm going to dig into these verses and I'm going to translate it so that I get a fuller understanding of what the verse is trying to say than any single translation has ever given me. Because this translation says this, that translation says that, and you go, yeah, but why are you using different words, and what are you actually trying to say with all of these different words? So for me, it was, I'm approaching it in a very different way. But even that was too complicated for one of the other people in the group. Like, as soon as I finished my translation, she immediately started condemning it. as though I had offered the translation as something that she needed to memorize and had to comment on. It's like, how rude can you be? I did it for my benefit. I've memorized this thing. It's more difficult to memorize because I'm using way more words. And instead of, oh, wow, that's interesting, or whatever. No, got to instantly start to criticize it because it didn't suit what she wants. Unbelievable. But yeah, as soon as you said before anybody criticizes, it immediately reminded me of that. It's like,
yeah, because it's like, yeah, the thing is like sometimes what seems more complicated simplifies a process. So this is something I learned from like when I was really into tabletop gaming and stuff. Like when the game pieces, and there's more game pieces that are complex and stuff, they actually track things for the player. Whereas if there's less tracking pieces and the players are supposed to do the rules themselves, it makes it harder for the player. So actually the complexness of what I'm doing hopefully is doing that. It's actually taking the complexity on myself to do a streamlined process from the English to the Greek. And yeah, my approach to this particular project is kind of the exact opposite. It's to take away all the sort of completeness of interpretation and strip it to mere language. And then from there, each person can study mere language and compare it to what they learn about interpretation and so forth, so on, you know? So it's a tool for a very different purpose. It's more like a tool to help someone do what you are doing, if that makes sense.
Yes. And yes, what you're doing will inform my work. It'll get me out of the little rut that I've got into of I don't know how to proceed, and this is a bit too difficult, and I'm not sure I'm doing the right thing anyway, because I'm not confident I can trust all of these translators and commentaries and Bible dictionaries, and even if I can trust them, I still hit roadblocks that I don't know how to proceed. I don't know how to make decisions.
Yeah, so this is access to like the original language in its most like literal form, so that information can be used in someone's assessment of people, making it more about the English, you know, because this is like slavery to the Greek and butchers the English to slave to the Greek, you know, but the English here is just the bridge to the Greek. So
yes,
in this column, the other columns are more English. So there's two Greek columns, and this is actually one of the Greek columns is the words that you're looking at here. That's why it says codified English rendering. It's the English codification of the Greek. But it's not a letter by letter code. It's a word by word code. And if someone knows what code means, they know what I'm saying.
Yes. Yeah. And the other thing that I have to say that I appreciate about your work is that it's inspiring me, because I'd got into a slump with trying to do the project that I believe God had given me, because I hit roadblocks and I sort of gave up. At times I find that I lack motivation and I give up easily if things become it's not that it's too difficult, it's that it's beyond the point of just being difficult to I don't know how to proceed. And well, I guess, in a sense that's too difficult instead of it's persevering.
Difficulty instead of laborsome.
I don't mind. I enjoy the tedious labor, actually. In fact,
we're so opposite here. I'm like, I struggle to like keep in the tedium of what needs to be done, but then like the other side of it, I guess I have a skill at going into information that's connected in all these in a huge network of ways, you know, and being able to sort of hold it all in my abstract mind so that I actually hone in on what's really going on. I enjoy it.
It's interesting because we are in opposites in certain ways, but we're so similar in other ways. before I forget, Honesty Angel says that you have her email address. Can you please send me that email address? She's given permission in the public chat for
Okay,
you
I
to
will.
do that.
I also want to mention
Thanks.
Honesty Angel. You gave me advice about a long time ago about letting the tares and the wheat grow up next to each other so that you don't like ruin the soil and also root up the wheat. And you know, back when I used to do the wrong thing with Smokey and stuff, and I mentioned to you in a stream the other day that I brought that up, and I was like, and Honesty Angel gave me that advice when I should have taken it. Now, well, I don't know if we could get back to our topic right now, or if you have something you need to say first.
I'm trying to decide whether to say this next thing. I'll be careful with how I say it because I want to protect someone's privacy, anonymity, whatever. Someone has expressed concerns about me to you. I wonder whether that's because of that person's experience of you when you were a disciple of Smokey. But yes,
I don't know of anyone expressing
I don't know
that concern except for some random person in the comment section that might have even been a sock account or something. So I don't know what you're referring to.
No, I'm not expecting you to know what I'm referring to.
But you're saying they expressed it to me.
No, to me. No, to me and my wife.
Oh, they expressed concerns about me to you.
To us, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. You accidentally said it the other way around. So now I hear you. Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. No. Yeah. And I don't blame them for warning you. I don't know who it was, but they might have had the right intention and fair reason. I was really making mistakes back then, no doubt about it.
Yeah, and you've publicly expressed, and that's one of the reasons I brought it up, is because I wonder whether this person has expressed whether their concerns are because of that time back then, and they don't realize that things have changed, or whether they have seen the change but still have concerns. I don't know. And I'm not sure. I'm still going to try and find out more about the concerns. But I'm not even 100% sure why I'm saying it, but I prefer to be open rather than, there's this thing going on that you don't know about. And then, so yeah, just letting you know that. I'd be surprised if it changes anything, and that's why I want to be open, so that, so that I can work through this in an open and honest way. And hopefully, there'll be the opportunity to talk through all of this with the person as well at some stage. But yeah, anyway, I hope that wasn't a distraction from anything, or potentially destructive. I hope that helps forward things. Anyway, let's get back to where were we? Ephesians 2. And then get back to Psalm 32, and then get to perfect love casts out fear. So what were you saying about Ephesians 2 and how to translate that? You still there? You seem to have dropped out.
Okay.
That's better.
How am I now?
That's better. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, well, let's see if it stays. I have this tinfoil antenna on my computer, and it's very sensitive. Is it working for now?
Yep. Okay,
good. I mean, it really works when it's connected, but the connection can be very sensitive because it's not built to be connected.
Yes.
So I had literally a tinfoil antenna for my internet. I'm like, it reminds me of childhood. The tinfoil antenna for the TV. So Well, here on the left we have Strong's numbers. Just give people some idea of what's going on here. Is it again not letting me zoom? Okay, it is letting me zoom in. So here's 243. It means another. And what happened was my process sometimes involves skipping steps to go back later, because in order to assess one word, I have to assess its context amongst other words. And so in order to do that, I have to do a bunch of words at once, but it would slow me down too much to do all the data entry at once. So I just do enough data entry to keep track of what I learned. And then when I have to translate that word, I'll go back and do that data entry later. Later on, because I want to get some chapters and books done before others. In order to do that, I have to focus some. So that's why we have blank here. Here you see... here's the category of concept. So these ones should have another on it. So it's other, more specifically another. The word here is, those are L's, is that right? Or G's? L's, okay. Alone, which is of each other, plural masculine. Anyway, but let's go to the words that we're actually on. Where were we at, brother?
Ephesians 2:8 and 9. I think you were looking up saved.
Okay, so
and trying to figure out the tense, because we're trying to figure out what tense Ephesians 2:8 should be understood to be in, because so there's a verb.
The perfect passive participle. So here's what's cool is I'm going to go to these categories. Perfect is a tense, so I'm going to sort A to Z in tense. Passive is voice, sort A to Z in voice. Mood is participle, sort A to Z. Go to the top. It's going to actually be, I got to go to the participle category first because I did it most recently. So all the participles will be together. Go to the passive voice because that's the one I did second. Then I got to get to the perfect. Perfect passive participle is having been. I only have one example, but that's enough. So having been. Okay, so now it actually will sound really good in English. So I'm going to switch my screen share. Just give me a moment. And switch it back to what we were on. There it is. So then this is the word the here. It's actually to the, singular feminine, but it's the for the grace. So it's because to the grace, y'all are having been saved through faith.
Wow.
So that's the actual Greek wording. Because to the grace, y'all are having been saved via faith. I like that dia and via are the same word, or it's actually dia. It's almost a Z sound. Via, by way of. And through is a correct definition, but via is more exact and it's similar. And I just love when the exact translation is so similar to the Greek, like N, E-N is in, I-N.
Yeah.
So those are some of my favorites. But anyway, that's like, there's no disputing what this means. It's so straightforward in the Greek.
Hang on, break it down a little bit more, because you've got now are having been.
Yeah, so you participle. Oh yeah, I meant to break it down for you guys. The participle is the ing. Yeah. The perfect is the it's something that has come to permanent result.
Right.
So that's why it's like if it was not a participle, it would be have been saved.
Right.
Or I would present tense it. So I think I would present tense it. So I would has.
Or as the King James.
Let me see, because I know. I'm sorry that I perfect tense. I've been honing in on the exact best way to word it, and so let me check what the most recent is, because that's the best. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so here I wrote, okay, the difference between has and have is just plural and singular. So I was being silly there. And yeah, I'd be like, this is why I don't do it, like any live streams to let people watch me work, because it's too distracting to think about live streaming and to think about my work at the same time. So when you guys see me do a little bit of this work, you see me doing it like clumsily compared to how I do it when I'm focused, you know? But okay, so I'm still for perfect. Yeah, we have, so that's why have or has is present, right? Like you currently have it. What do you currently have? You currently have the permanent result. And what perfect is it's like that permanent result just now occurred. So that's why Jesus says, it is finished. The past tense is the finished, but the is present because it presently just became the permanent result that he finished it. And that word for finished is most exactly reached the goal. So the goal is reached. Anyway, so yeah, perfect is one of the very most difficult ones to talk about. So if you're struggling to understand exactly what I'm saying.
So if you were to put it in plain English, how would you translate that first phrase?
Well, I would translate it because to the grace, y'all are having been saved via faith. And I'll explain why, because I know it sounds a little awkward in English, but I mean, if you're pretty good with English, it's really not awkward. And well, that's sort of what we're actually talking about now with the perfect and the participle and stuff. So let me put that back on the screen. So the perfect is the has been, or if it's plural, it's have been. So I looked out there because I didn't check the plural or singular, you know. But I guess I just naturally used the plural. Or no, my example that I pulled from happened to be plural, so I got lucky. But anyway, so the perfect is the just like it is finished, or it has been finished. If you're to say that those two mean the exact same thing, you know.
So it's both past tense and present tense at the same time, essentially. If I was to break it down into, it's a past tense thing that has happened that continues to apply in the present because of the perfect tense.
Well, that's why you have present and past tense words mixed together.
Yes.
So the
so
having,
that's why
the having is the present tense, and the been saved is the past tense.
Y'all are is oh yes, having been, yes. So y'all are having been.
Yeah, and the it sounds a little bit it would be easy if it was present tense, right? Y'all are being. You see how easy it is to hear that? So that's the participle, the ing. But to combine the participle with the perfect passive, the participle has to go on the having, because that's where the actual crux of action is. So y'all are having been saved. So having been saved is the thing that y'all are.
So is it correct for me to understand it this way? It's in the past tense perfect, more like that might be not the correct way to say it, but for a layman, it's past tense perfect, so it still applies in the present, or there's an effect in the present we have.
Perfect tense is that at the present moment, the things have come to be that way, and that's like how things are now. So it's like the conclusion is present, so it's actually more of a present tense, but you use the past to express that it is a conclusion. So that's why it's having been saved with a D at the end, right? Because it's conclusive, but it's happening like at the present is when the conclusion concludes. And by conclusion, I just mean there's like, the permanence or the conclusion. It's not just like, it's a lot different from you are being saved is currently the action of someone saving you is happening, right? But you have been saved is currently you being saved has just come to be what is. I hope that words are followable. Perfect really is like sort of the most difficult to articulate into other words.
So, but there is a past. So,
well, no, there's a completion. So it's the fact that like
no. Let me just ask it this way. So the word before, the to be word, before the saved word, if you go back one word,
y'all
yes.
are. Yeah.
So that's present, active, indicative. So we're putting, let me go back to the other one. Oh.
Yeah, well, just so you know, this doesn't relate
are.
much to the perfect tense here. This relates more to the fact that it's a participle as far as how the language fits together. So
yeah, but
if you didn't have the participle, you would not have this word here, but you could still have the perfect tense.
What I'm trying to ask is if there is a past tense in this verse, in that phrase, in either of those two words, have been saved or are being saved, or however you want to translate. So what you're so it's two Greek words, Esther, sosimenoso, whatever.
Yeah, I would say it's the past tense, but it's it's linguistically speaking, it's the most immediate possible past tense. So it's like essentially the present, but it just now happened.
Right.
But that's linguistically. This being a participle, y'all are having been saved. It's saying that like it's actually taking away this idea that it happened right now, and it's saying this is the state that you live in, is that state of having been saved. So the participle, the participle does push it more into the past, but not based on the tense of the specific word, based on the sentence. So the sentence uses participle, which a participle can be considered to be used in a noun kind of a way or an adjective kind of a way also, but it's a verb. So like if I say your running was slow, well, I've used your running as a noun and I put an adjective on it, right? So the ing lets you use it like a noun. But so the past tense here comes from the sentence, the way the words relate. And the perfect is a participle that you already are. Since you already are this participle, that's what pushes the perfect more into the past rather than just now being completed. So that's there, but it's in the sentence, not the word.
Honesty Angel has asked a question in the chat, which is where I'm trying to head, but Honesty will help fast forward this. So Honesty asks, is it you have been saved or you are being saved? Now, that's not my question because I wouldn't word it that way. I don't think it's either of those two things, but that's what I'm trying to head towards. Is there a sense in this phrase that we have been saved?
Yeah, that's definitely thought for thought translation. That is an exactly correct translation. You have been saved. And then now we were just digging into like understanding how I came to that conclusion. And that's a lot harder to explain, right? I've spent a couple of years getting into all this nuance of language and stuff. And I've especially been bursting and blooming lately with that stuff coming to fruition that I'm more capable. But so simply it is because to the grace y'all are having been saved. Or if that's hard to understand, then you can also say for to the grace you have been saved.
And so when it says, so even if you translate it as you have been saved, that doesn't exclude the possibility. So because it's perfect, that means that it will continue. It will never finish.
Or it'll never...
this saving, it can't stop.
Yeah, I don't think that we can take the perfect tense to mean something is like invincible, you know? The perfect
Right.
tense is the way of speaking to say that like
So it's
yeah, like let's say I say I fixed your motor, right? That is the perfect tense, but your motor could break down again someday.
right. So
Yeah.
it's more the idea that see, I'm
Well,
struggling
it is the idea that it's done now and it continues to be done. Like if I say I fixed your
yes.
motor, then
So
like it's not like I
so
have to fix your motor again every it's not a constant thing I have to upkeep. So there is a permanence to fixing your motor. It's just it's not an invincible permanence is
so
all.
when Honesty Angel asks, is it you have been saved or you are being saved? It's actually both.
Well, the language is you have been saved, but it's not in like it's not like saying you have been hit because saved is something that has you know, like if I say your car has been struck, or not your car, let's say I say your car has been struck. That means in the past there was a moment when your car was struck, right? But if I say your car has been dented, there's a permanence to that, not an invincible one. It could be fixed, but there's a permanence to the dent. But the being struck is just a momentary event. So that's the difference. It's not just a momentary event. It's something being established. So if I fix a motor, I establish that the motor is fixed. If I dent a car, I establish that there is now a dent in the car. So when you have been saved, it's saying you are someone to whom it's been established that you're saved. Now, the language does not give us an invincible permanence, but the doctrines of the Bible do. But it does give us permanence. It's just not correct to say that the permanence must be invincible, you know, which is, I'm using that word poetically, but I think you know what I mean.
Yeah. No, I understand. So that's what I'm trying to figure out is exactly what the boundaries are here, exactly what it says and what it doesn't say. So one of the things that convinces me from Ephesians 2 that of eternal security is not the tense, but the fact that it uses the word saved. And then I think about, well, what have we been saved from? And if that is not permanent, then we haven't been saved from that future punishment.
Yes,
and so
I
it doesn't
agree.
mean anything.
As soon as you connect this to the rest of the Bible,
yes,
it starts to have all of that. But so by itself it has as much as it has, and then when you connect it to the rest of the Bible, God teaches very clearly, you know. And that's one thing I like to stress to people is like, look, you don't like take a teaching from somewhere and then try to use the Bible to see whether or not it's true. And but it's more like you read the Bible, and as God talks to you, he teaches you. So I really want my teachings to come from the Bible teaching me, you know. And
yes.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm just taking notes as we go. From Ephesians 2:8 is that it?
If you don't mind, I would just like to summarize that whole
yes, please.
detailed picking apart just by one last time saying it might be awkward to some people in English, but just saying exactly how it's worded in Greek. Because to the grace, y'all are having been saved via faith. And that not out or out from yourselves, of God. And okay. Of God the gift. Yeah, that's interesting how they just used of God as an adjective on the gift, even though of God is a genitive noun. So, yeah, that's a lot of like how the Greek language can be used that I'm starting to learn, you know? And it's fun. Stuff that, like, if it were English, it would just be like boring, like natural to me. But learning something that's so boring and natural in another language, from my perspective, is so fascinating.
Yep.
Because to the grace, y'all are having been saved via faith. Okay, I'll leave it at that. So I'll stop my share, and you can go back
I'm
to
I'm
what you
going
were
to
sharing, maybe.
So I've created an email where I've made notes on what you've said. You can ignore this email if you want, but just so that I've got it written down, and if I've made any mistakes or anything that you want to add or correct or whatever, I'm just sending that email to you now.
Oh, awesome!
And
Yeah, it'd be awesome to see how you
I
word
don't
it
want
back and see how the teaching and learning's going and stuff. You know, it's a
I
wonderful
don't want you to
opportunity
forget sending me Honesty Angel's email either.
Oh yeah.
So maybe do that now, because otherwise I will forget, that's for sure.
Okay, hold on, I gotta do this real quick. Just adding you, that's Kevin, to my contacts. I'm getting this out of my way real quick.
Yes.
And then it's been a while since Honesty Angel and I have talked, but if I do a compose, boom, I got her email. And then, okay, and now I'm trying to copy it, but that's more difficult than it sounds. Okay. So for now, I'm just going to reply to the email you sent me with her address.
Good. Excellent.
And it's done. Okay.
And then we get back to Psalm 32. So we haven't even got out of the first two verses yet. I was expecting to get through this psalm quickly, but I got bogged down in the first two verses. But I think it's been good.
Oh yeah, and then you got really, for some reason, you got curious about the tense there in Ephesians 2, was it?
Yes, because I want to know, because I see it translated different ways. King James has it as, for by grace you are saved through faith, and the ESV has it, for by grace you have been saved through faith. And now I understand why they've translated it differently. Both of them are accurate, and both of them are trying to impart the meaning of the Greek in our pathetic English.
Yeah.
Because we lack a lot of tenses that Greek has. So it's interesting that the way that you've translated highlights that point. So you've translated it so that it uses a tense that we never use in English.
Or we would use multiple words for it. But yeah,
yes.
I don't think in English it would be extremely rare for someone to ever get to the point of y'all are having been saved. But I mean, that is correct English. And
well, even if someone said that, like if someone used that tense to me, used those four, those three words or variations of those words for different verbs, I would go, what on earth are you talking about? What does that mean? It makes sense to you because of the study that you've done, but I'd have to go, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And I don't know if before my studies I would have been able to follow if someone was just talking fast and that was in the middle. But I do think I would have been able to read it and figure it out. And none of this is surprising because when I would take the tests in elementary school, I'd get mostly 90 percentile on things, like 98 or 99 in math. But then I'd only get 77 in reading comprehension. I probably got all the answers right, but I could never finish the test because I couldn't read fast enough. Yeah. And actually, math, it was only because math was simpler in elementary school that I could keep up. If I had taken a similar math test in high school, I would have done quite a bit worse because I wouldn't have finished the test. Because in high school, there was the three of us who got the best grades on the test, and the two who also got the best grades in my class would be the first 2 done. And then me and the 2 stupid kids would be staying after class to finish the test, and I would ace it. I don't mean to call them stupid, but they struggled with math, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, I think it's because I don't just like pick up memorization very well. So the only way I could do the math was to like labor through it every time. But it's prepared me for this because I'm to go through all the New Testament words, vocabulary wise, with a fine tooth comb, you know?
So while we're sharing about school, my best subject was biology. And I was top of the class in grade 12. Got the book prize for it, which is what they did. The best in each subject got the book prize at the end of the year. My second best subject was physics. So, you know, high school physics, top level high school physics. My third best subject, I'm not sure, was either maths 2, which was sort of the maths between physics and mainstream maths. So it was the maths that was aligned with physics. And then my other, the other subject that I was really good at was chemistry. No, sorry, I forgot one. There was another one. So because it wasn't the science maths subjects, so I didn't do straight science maths, which was how it was set up. I should have done straight science maths was what they would have preferred that I did, because that's how they set their classes up. But I switched out one of the maths. Oh, no, sorry, I got it the wrong way around. So I did mainstream maths, but at the top level of maths. And then there was another mainstream maths that was the one that was more closely aligned to physics. And that was the one that I dropped for modern history. And that was my second best subject. I thought about ancient history, but ancient history had too much evolution and so forth, and I didn't want to get into that. So I did modern history instead, and I loved it. English was my worst subject in grades 11 and 12, because I think I have more of a scientific / mathematical mind. I think
that's interesting that you could struggle with English in grade 12, because I don't think I was taught a single additional thing in English. No. After maybe like the 6th grade. I remember the last really like major thing I was actually taught in an English class was a way to use commas to like interject something into a sentence or something, and we were taught the technical name of it, and I forgot it. And that was in elementary school, and I had to take English every single year after that. And it's not like they did a good job of teaching me how to write better essays or something. There was like maybe 2 or 3 times when they gave us a rundown on writing essays or did something similar. So there was 2 or 3 times that I learned some stuff about how to use the English language, like after, you know, if I had to take English every year and learn nothing for an hour a day, because they didn't make any progress whatsoever after elementary school.
Yeah, because at the higher levels, English turns into interpretation and subjectivity. It's not about learning information. It's about how you interpret things and how creative you are and how good you are at making stuff up, basically.
Yeah, and yeah, I guess we did do like some making stuff up, but I wouldn't say they actually taught us interpretation and stuff in like a real way.
Oh no, they don't teach you.
It was more like just letting you play with it and like play.
Yeah, you know? They don't teach you. They just see if you're good at it. They don't teach you anything. They just test you on whether you're good at it. It's absolutely ridiculous.
So there is some similarity then, yeah.
Yeah,
but I think it's subjective progress, but it does sound like they make some more progress in English class in Australia than they do in America. Well, my personal experience here in Northern California.
Yeah, well, California. There you go.
Right.
California's worse than Australia.
I mean, I did get a lot of good, decent education and stuff like.
No, I just mean in terms of that subjectivity and interpretation and feelings, and and that I don't completely decry that, but I don't see the point of forcing people to be in a class doing something that they're clearly not good at, but because everybody has to do English, but they turn English into this thing that's just subjectivity. And okay, that's great for the kids that are creative. Fantastic for them. But for those of us that aren't creative, we're just being tortured by something that we're terrible at.
Yeah, but I do remember though. I also noticed that there still were, even though we were taught the same thing like every year, maybe we weren't really taught it over and over. Maybe it was like they just weren't really teaching, like you say, they were only testing, because it's like there was still kids who like were bad at English class, even though it'd been the same class over and over for 6 years, So
Yeah.
I think it is because they don't really they don't actually teach it. They just sort of assume you. I don't know. It is whatever. But I didn't really get too much of a liberal education in California compared to the rest of the world. My education, like when I find out about how liberal colleges are and like where curriculum's going in grade school today and stuff.
No,
Like,
see,
it's just madness compared to what I learned. I learned like what everyone else learned in my time, even though I live in California.
I don't mean that. I don't mean politically liberal. I mean educationally liberal. So the philosophy.
What I'm saying is like
the philosophy of education is, at least in English, that the further you go on, the more subjective it becomes.
Oh yeah,
but you have to keep doing it, even if you're not good at it, which is just lunacy.
I'm just trying to say I got like the same education as other people my age who lived outside of California. They didn't do like, there was the liberalness that's common, but there wasn't like special California liberalness. Like today, they don't really, it's obvious they don't really teach kids what science actually is. I was actually taught what science is, for example, So
yeah, and I'd say that takes us back to the Paul conversation. I think very few people understand what science actually is, including most Christians, and that's been done deliberately. We've been brainwashed to believe that science is materialism. Anyway,
and I think you sort of like you really cut through what some people might need you to explain, and you just kind of say it when you say that. But I do agree with you.
Yes.
I do think some people could use some explanation to understand exactly what you mean by that, because there's a couple connecting points to get there.
Yes, well, I think I was explaining it a bit better earlier. Now I'm summarizing, but yes,
true. Because earlier you opened up with a summary, but then you explained it. So
yes, I can go into much more detail, and I sort of I tend to start with a summary because I want people to know where I'm headed, and if people agree with the summary, then I don't have to explain it. For that person, if Paul had have accepted my summary statement at the beginning, but I knew he wouldn't, but I wanted people to see where I was headed.
That way it's easier for them to follow as they listen. That's very good.
That's right.
I'll try to keep that in mind for how I approach talking to people.
Well, people have told me that's how to teach. You tell people what you're going to tell them, and then you tell them what you're going to tell them, and then you tell people what you've told them. It's an excellent way to teach because you're telling
that
people.
What I did with when I pulled up my word study, because I was like, I first just did a quick summary of like, oh, here's what it is. It says this, and then you were like, well, let's dig in. So then I dug in, and then I was like, let me summarize it because that was really complicated.
That's exactly how to teach. Yes, good. So remember that. and I'll try to keep remembering it as well, because I think I've learnt, I don't know. I didn't consciously choose to summarize. I could sense that we were getting distracted, and I wanted to forge ahead. And so I thought throwing that, I don't know. I didn't think through it. I just did it. And it's hard for me to assess myself because I can't remember what I was thinking when I did something. Even if I go back and listen to myself, I don't know why I thought it. But I think
but that's like what I told Kevin was like, there was some time when him and I were in a side chat together, and I probably suspected we were there together, but I wasn't sure if I remembered right or not, you know. But either
Yes.
way, I didn't really remember, and I just had to tell him, I was like, well, I do too many things to remember everything I do, and if I slowed down to remember everything, I wouldn't get enough done.
That's all right. Anyway, I want to start rushing through this psalm. So we've spent a lot of time on these first two verses. There's a lot of stuff that we could talk about, but basically he's covering every way in which our relationship with God and even our own righteousness has been damaged. It seems to me he's covered every aspect of it. And then he goes on and says, so I'll turn off Strong's. Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Blessed is the man unto whom the Lord does not impute iniquity, and in whose spirit there is no guile. When I kept silent, my bones waxed old through my roaring or groaning. And that's probably a literal translation, but the idea is that he was groaning. I would suspect, without see, I'm getting bogged down again. I would suspect that this could have to do with his conscience shouting at him, and because he is, whether you call him a child of God or whatever these people were before the New Testament, the Holy Spirit would be shouting at him as well because of his sin, and because he didn't repent. That's what he means by silent. He hid his sin. So think about after Bathsheba for a year. And it doesn't say here that this psalm was written in that period of time, but that's a good illustration of what he's talking about. It could have been another instance of his sin that he didn't repent of immediately. But that's what he means. When I kept silence, my bones waxed old. I felt old. It aged me through this constant, whatever it is, however we should understand that, all the day long. Nicholas?
Oh, no, I don't want to say. I was going to say because I think I was off track. But I did want to go to where it says no guile. So I guess.
Oh, yes.
Well, it's interesting because it says it means slackening, but also deceit or treachery. So
yes.
If I'm guessing the physical, because Hebrew words often use a physical word as a symbolic way of talking about an abstract thing. So it's physically talking about slackening, but then it's talking about like relaxing on truth, which is a form of untruth. I think is so guile. It's not as active as deception, I think, but it's like
okay. So it could just be carelessness.
Well, you slacken on the truth.
Yeah.
So that I think it's sort of like it's like subconscious deception. I think is how I'm interpreting it. So it's like telling you, like if someone were to say that's guile, it's like they're telling you like you're not caring about the truth, and through not caring about the truth, through that slackness, you're being untruthful.
And so when you're not caring about the truth, it's easy to be deceived as well.
And who was it who Jesus, I think he was like referencing this psalm when he said to him, a man in whom there is no guile.
Nathaniel.
Nathaniel, okay. Is there anything else we know much about Nathaniel?
Very little.
Okay, yeah, because I would have liked to cross-reference that with other things that we read about him or something. But
yes.
But what's amazing is like it seems that Nathaniel knew himself, and when he told him that you have no guile, that was like his way of saying like almost everyone has guile. Everyone thinks everyone else has guile. So when Jesus said you have no guile, it's like no one would ever guess that about another person. But Nathaniel knows himself, and he knows that he does do his best to be honest to the truth. And so, I mean, if Jesus said he had no guile, he must have had no guile in the context Jesus was saying. But I think Nathaniel, knowing himself, knew it was true, and also
Yes.
knew that no one would guess that. So it was like he was really like, and then he's like, "How do you know me? I saw you under the tree." It's like, what?
Yes. Have you ever read John Bunyan's? Essentially, it's his autobiography. I can't remember what it's called. Oh, Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners.
And no.
I highly recommend it. It's a very, very interesting book. So basically, I think he struggled to believe that he was saved. Perhaps, so he struggled with his sin for a long, long time after having given into his sin for a long time as well. So as a young man, things had been difficult. I don't know what sort of religious upbringing he had, but pretty much in England at that time, everyone had some sort of connection to Christianity, however poor it may be. And he went into not absolute debauchery, but he had a foul mouth and slept around a bit and stuff like that. He wasn't as bad as John Newton, but then his sin started to weigh on him. And I suspect it's possible that he got saved but didn't understand it, or it's also possible that the Holy Spirit conviction was on him. I'm not 100% sure, and he leans more towards the second one, that he wasn't saved, but I'm not 100% convinced that was true. But his experience of this and his recounting of this story and struggling with his sin and struggling to believe that he could be forgiven, essentially, is a very, very interesting story. And I can't remember what you were just talking about, but what you were talking about reminded me of that. Oh yeah, Nathaniel, with whom there is no guile. That reminds me of John Bunyan. If Jesus had have encountered John Bunyan when he was in that state and said to him, "In whom there is no guile," I think John Bunyan would have heard, "You're seriously wrestling with your own sinfulness, and you're not deceiving yourself about how sinful you are, and you're fully aware of that issue." Yeah, that's just what it made me think of. I don't know why my mind went there, whether it's connected or not, but yes, it's just an interesting thought. And I'd be interested to know, after you've read Grace Abounding, I'm pretty sure you can find it free online. After you've read Grace Abounding, I'd love to look at it and not necessarily try and determine when John Bunyan was actually saved, but those issues that he dealt with of wrestling with a guilty conscience and struggling to believe that you could be forgiven, which is very rare today, but it is an interesting thing when it happens. It does happen.
And I know I struggled with that. I think on a subconscious level, it's probably not that rare for the people who eventually come around. But it looks like we have a lot of people who's like, are they going to come around? Only as many as God does a great miracle for. But I think your instinct on that is good. I don't think there's anything in the text to indicate any specific reference to that. But of course, if someone has no guile, one of the most important things about that is honest acknowledgement of one's own sin. So in that sense, when you heard the definition of guile and thought of the honest recognition of sin, I think that was a very good instinct.
Yeah, and I don't know for sure that's what was happening with Nathaniel, but I think it's a possibility. And I think it's something that it's good to remember, that people may be dealing with that, and we can encourage them. Well, at least you're honestly, yes, you're aware of your sinfulness, but at least you're honestly, that's a good thing, to be aware of your sinfulness.
So guile is the thing I was talking about earlier, that people with guile are the ones I don't want to talk to. Like
exactly.
People who have a slackness to truth instead of like
yes.
the same. It's like there are some Christians who they do have some slackness to truth, even though they're Christian. And there's some people who are just totally anti-truth. But I'm saying even people who like have have a habit of slackness of truth, and who don't respond well to getting pushed back against that slackness, who don't receive truth easily. So yeah, so it's a guile. It's like I have very strict standards that people not only have minimal deception to really be worth spending time studying together and even arguing with and stuff. It's not often. Occasionally, it might be worth arguing with someone to, make truth obvious or something. But generally, if someone can't receive truth, then it's a lot of time spent for nothing to argue with them. I mean,
here's an interesting thought. I'll let you continue, and then I'll come back to my thought.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. So I almost like people who seem like they won't receive the truth, they do need that constant proclamation that they might eventually get worn down by, But too many people are like, they're not hearing me. Let me tweak how I'm saying it. And then they tweak they're like they want to be heard by people who are not Christ's sheep. So they use a voice other than Christ's voice. Well, what good is that? And that's not going to call anyone to salvation as his sheep, But yeah, so people, I know I went on another subject. I'm sorry, but yeah, people do. So people who yeah, so those people do need preaching too and stuff. Also, it's just different of us have different callings, and there's like a lot of stuff I want to do to help serve the body that takes my time. So it's more like my prioritization of time is I don't really deal with people anymore. I was for like a year there, and I needed to sort of get all that context, but now I don't really spend time dealing with people who are deceptive, and I don't even find much value in spending time with people who have some slackness to truth.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Complete. I think I'm exactly the same.
Yeah, we get along really well. God just like thrust Kevin unto us, huh? That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm a channel that's gathering people that have a commitment to truth. I think I've got to be very careful how I say this, because I don't want people to hear me saying that I'm telling them when they disagree with me that they don't have a commitment to truth. That's not what I'm saying at all. I think some of the people that love coming to this channel value kindness in a biblical way, perhaps more than I do, if I can say it that way. I think we all have different giftings, we have different strengths, we have different ministries, we have different ways in which we serve the body. And I think I tend toward the blunt expression of truth more than some people appreciate. And I can appreciate that those people are different. I'm happy to accept them on my channel because I need to be kept in check. I'm not perfect. So the fact that sometimes I lack kindness, I'm just trying to think how to say this, because there are people that criticize me as being unkind when I'm not being unkind. I'm actually being the loving one, because I'm telling the truth that other people don't want to tell, because they misunderstand what kindness is. I don't think it is kindness at all. But there are times when I am unkind.
To be a good Christian, we must behave in ways that the world will slander. That's just the way it is.
Well, even Christians will. There are even Christians who don't understand what kindness is, and they have a worldly definition of kindness and love and what it means to be Christian.
That's where you say it, because like the person may be Christian, but the spirit they speak in at that moment is worldly. It's
yes.
So yeah, it still fits.
And I've got to the point where I have now zero tolerance for that. If I tell the truth and someone says, "Oh, you're being unkind," and you shouldn't say that, instead of showing me how I can tell the truth in a kind way, if they just condemn me as being unkind and provide zero ability for me to tell the truth in a kind way, well, you're a useless human being in my life. And that may seem very harsh, but here's my, okay, that's not true face-to-face, first of all. I've got to provide a context to this. So Facebook I'm talking about. If on Facebook you condemn me for being unkind and then put a full stop and say nothing more, and you don't provide anything, you provide me no way to move forward, all you provide is condemnation, then you're the one that's being unkind. Because if you want to show me kindness, then show me some kindness so that I can learn how to be kind. But if all you do is condemn me, then you're not being kind to me. So you're a hypocrite. And I have found from long experience, over 10 years I've been on Facebook and YouTube and so forth, that it is a waste of time trying to talk to someone like that. You cannot reason with them. They are morons. And I mean that in the moral sense. They have no ability to examine themselves and admit that they could be wrong and adjust their approach so that I can, well, no, it's not just about me. Forget about me. So that they can help other people. They don't want to help other people. They want to be nice to the atheist. And they'll nicely send the atheist to hell and pat themselves on the back that they've been loving.
Yep.
And I have zero time for people like that.
And if I may highlight this in First John, right? Because there's the people who like they only want to make people feel better,
yes,
regardless of giving them the truth unto their salvation. So
yes,
they really like to read 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life.
Yep.
But then
ignore
go
17.
I was actually just going to skip to where it's really contrasting here at 19, just a few verses later, because it's like he felt that the person who needed to hear 16 also needed to hear 19. You know, he said that's both of them to the same person. And this is the condemnation, that light is come into the world, and men loved darkness rather than light, because their deeds were evil. Because everyone that does evil hates the light, neither comes to the light, lest his deeds should be refuted.
And what is that saying? It's saying that people reject God. And this is not just talking about atheists. It's not just talking about people rejecting the existence of God. It's talking about any rebellion against God at all. Why does it happen? Because people love sin. And if you try and say that in our world today, you're called unloving. Oh, well, okay, so you've just called Jesus unloving. Well done. And people will say, oh, that's unchristian. Oh, so Jesus Christ was not Christian. Well done. Yeah, that's the lunatic world that we live in now.
Yeah, that's well, their God is the leftist God at that point. That like what the leftists say is true is what's true, but they're saying that since the Christian God must be God and God must be the leftist God, they redefine the Christian God as the leftist God, and they redefine God. They take the Lord's name in vain. They vilify the Lord by saying that he's this other one, which is Satan. You know.
Yes. And they redefine love as niceness. Always be nice, never offend anybody, never say anything harsh. That's the modern definition of love, and it has infested our churches, or so-called churches. Most of them are churches.
Yeah, and that's like,
but anyway, enough of this.
That's like they're the worst abusers. It's just like, people who con men. That's like saying that con men are very loving, until that moment when they rip you off. They ripped you off through love. It's like, no, if it's not truth, it's not love. That's why the whole con is never love from the beginning.
That's it.
So like,
we have a weak, pathetic definition of love nowadays. It's not a love that values truth or is based in God's holiness. It's a love that is separated from God's holiness, and that's not love. Like you just said, Love is who God is, and God is holy. So we can't call something loving that is not holy.
Their love is the kind of slackness to truth, the kind of guile is what their love is. That has resulted in 60 million babies being murdered by their own parents here in the United States. And then we tried to talk smack about the Soviet Union for murdering 6 million people, or 60 million people. Well, the thing is that they probably also murdered, another 100 million babies or something. So
who knows how many abortions.
So but if we really continue to do the math, they're still worse. But we can't act like, there's a big difference between only murdering babies in huge mass and murdering both babies and adults in huge mass. It's like you're kind of a total creep if you need adults added to the post-birth people added to the equation before you care about the people, then you're totally a creep.
Yes.
It's like it's so contradictory to their idea of social justice for everyone except for the youngest babies. It's like it's so self-refuted.
Yes.
I don't want to totally get into all that, though. We agree so much. We're preaching to the choir. I want to share my perspective on giving people harsh truths. I've learned to when it's that moment to say that harsh truth, I make that decision carefully and do it right for one. Then you can you don't have to be quite as careful once it's already been said and you start clarifying. You can just sort of go with the flow. But also another thing I do, giving people, to give them harsh truth. Is it's not really it's just the fact that I think this is what's true and I'll honestly say it. And so I keep things more casual, rather than thinking it's heavy and being worried as if it's heavy. I try to approach it as if it's as casual as possible. And I think that really helps lighten it up a lot, and it comes across as just kind of I'm honestly saying what I think, and I'm not being a jerk about it, even though what I say is pretty intense. I'll tell people that they're dead. I mean, that's one of the most common things I say to non-Christians is that they're dead, But and then afterwards they'll be like, well, I really like how you talk and stuff, and I really like talking with you, and you're honest. Sometimes they'll say, unlike other Christians and stuff like that, So it's I'll say the harshest things to people that other people are afraid to say, and then they'll tell me how they like me more and how I'm more honest than the other person was. But it took a lot to sort of learn that and decide that I wanted to get good at that. That I wanted to be able to breach that with people, And I struggle a lot more with Christians because I have higher standards for Christians, and when they don't meet them, that's against God here in the family. It's personal,
Yep. Let's keep going with Psalm 32 because I want to get this finished, and I want to talk about perfect love casts out fear and your email. When I kept silent, my bones wax old through my roaring or groaning all the day long. For day and night, your hand was heavy upon me. This is confirming that it's the conviction of God that was upon him, the work of the Holy Spirit. My moisture is turned into the drought of summer. He was dried up, and I suspect that doesn't mean physically because he's talking about non-physical things. So spiritually dry, I suspect. If you go back to Psalm 1, you can see more about how not to be spiritually dry is to love God's word. And he's proven that he didn't love God's law, actually. But yes, God's word in the general sense.
Real quick, the symbolism of rain. People are like, the rain falls on the just and the unjust alike. And some people, because of their modern perspective, and they don't like when it rains, they have it backwards. They think it's the bad thing happens to both people. But rain is necessary for survival, and survival was hard for ancient people. So when it says the rain falls on the just and the unjust alike, the rain is good. It's all good.
Yes. Yes, I love the rain. I think I mentioned that earlier. I prefer greenery to brown. And and I'm not a fan of fire at all. I acknowledge, well, I'm a fan of playing with it, but I'm not a fan of fire happening out in nature. I acknowledged my sin unto thee, and mine iniquity have I not hidden. I said, I will confess my transgressions unto the Lord, and thou forgavest the iniquity of my sin. Selah. I'm trying to update the language, but I keep slipping into King James. For this shall everyone that is godly pray unto thee in a time when thou mayest be found. Surely, see, it's hard because thee is great. It means that it's singular, so I can distinguish between thee and you. Surely in the floods of great waters they shall not come near unto him. Thou art my hiding place. Thou shalt preserve me from trouble. Thou shalt compass me about with songs of deliverance. Oh, I was going to comment on Selah earlier. So Selah can be understood two ways, and my understanding is that it has both meanings. So I'm going to highlight this one as well. It could be understood as a pause. Think about this is sort of part of the idea as I understand it. But I also believe that it was a key change. And it was a key change because, okay, we want to wrap that section up into that, you know, that bit of music that we've playing there. Now we're going to change the music a little bit because we're changing, like we're heading in a slightly different direction, or we've ended that little bit of what we were thinking about, and now we're building the next section on top of it, is also what I think is the idea behind Selah. Unfortunately, when we had our Bibles translated, I'm told that in the Hebrew, there are actually musical notes associated with this. So there is music there, and that music has been reconstructed by people. But of course, mostly we don't know it. We don't have it in our translations. But anyway.
And what I'd like to mention about Selah, I just looked it up here, and it says to lift up or exalt, but then that seems to be the most literal definition, and then it's applied to music, so that would make sense. It would be a key change because you're lifting the key.
Yes, as is common in our music today as well. Go up a key, because you're building. I will instruct thee and teach thee in the way which thou shalt go. I will guide thee with mine eye. This is God's promise to us, those of us that follow him. And don't strip this verse of its context. It doesn't apply to everyone. It applies to the person who's been through all of this, who understands that we need our transgression forgiven, our sin needs to be covered. We need God not to impute iniquity to us, and there needs to be no guile in our... Oh, that's the other thing I was going to ask you. When you were talking earlier about guile, and to me it links into humility and honest. So guile is essentially opposite honesty, but the way that you were talking about it sounded like it was opposite humility as well. So guile is a carelessness about the truth, because we're letting go of God being God being Lord in our life, and I don't care so much about the truth. Does that work together for you, linking humility and honesty?
I think humility and honesty definitely link, but I don't think it's like right there in the word. You know, it's
no. I don't
yeah,
think it is either.
Yeah, but definitely that there's such a fundamental link between you know, that's why it's deception. When we were dead, untruth was our identity, you know? And so I mean, guile was our identity. At best was guile, you know, that untruth was our identity. And it's like that there's really no reason to well, yeah, it doesn't have to be pride, because you can also guile out of laziness. But laziness is pride in the sense that, like, you want it easier on yourself, so you prioritize yourself. So yeah, I would say that anytime you if someone exercises guile, it is because they're prioritizing themselves over truth. And that's the thing, is if we prioritize truth, truth cares about us also, so we're still covered.
Sorry, my wife just handed me some food.
Oh, that's fine. I was just worried I lost reception again for a moment. But good.
I haven't eaten today yet, and it's 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
So does this count as putting the word of God before my daily food?
No, I think there is a sense in which, like, you know, I could focus on making an income and feeding myself and being comfortable, and that would be nice. But I'm choosing a way that I do enjoy it more, but it's also like it's a struggle. You know, there's no like I can't just go through the motions of a system someone else has put in place and then relax. Yeah. It's like I gotta. But I guess I do, because I just go through the motions of trusting in Christ.
I think you might have misunderstood my question. I mean, I've been streaming for 4 hours and we've mostly been talking about God's word, and yes, putting God's word before my daily food.
Yeah. No, I wasn't misunderstanding your question. My thought.
Oh, okay.
My thought just went on a tangent accidentally.
Oh, okay.
And it sounded like I misunderstood your question, or maybe not question, but yeah, it was. But yeah, no, no. I'm saying I think there is a sense in which, like, yeah, you are more eager for scripture than for food. I mean, today is a little different because you had your specific motives of why you wanted to connect with people.
Well, I wanted to stream, yes, but thankfully that got turned around quite quickly. We headed in another direction, and it's stopped being about me.
Yeah, but well, I do know you're going through a big transition, and I don't know what pragmatic securities you lack or whatever. So in everything that you're going through, but I mean, I want you to be equipped, like
yes,
all the time through the episode you're in at the moment. Through the chapter you're in at the moment. I want you to.
Yes, I'm sure I'll learn things from this.
Yeah, because spiritually we're all always with you, but well, it is good for you to call on us when you need us. I just hope next time you call on us, you'll have a little prerequisite comfort from remembering this time, and so in that it won't get quite as bad when you want to call on us and rely on the brothers that your God has provided you.
Yes, don't wait for it to build up.
Yeah, or even if it is building up, you have the comfort of knowing that, I mean, God is with you, but he also embodies being with you through us, Do
you mind if I mute myself and you finish from verse 8 to verse 11 and make whatever comments you want while I do a bit of chewing?
Yeah. So, let me, I need to see verse. I want to get it on my screen too. Psalm 32. Okay, let me get that back on my screen. Because, of course, I switched the S and the P because I'm bad at memorization and it feels arbitrary to me. And I'm in Hebrew. Let's put it in English. I study Hebrew, but I don't read Hebrew. So he says, I acknowledged my sin unto you, and mine iniquity have I not hid. I said, I will confess my transgressions unto Jehovah, and you forgave the iniquity of my sin. Selah. Oh, did I skip ahead?
That's all right. That works.
No,
if you want to go from there to the end.
I didn't skip ahead. You scrolled. Okay, cool. But go ahead and leave it where you're at. I don't want you to be distracted from eating. I just wanted some context because if I remember right, it switches. It switches from the person being the one speaking to God being the one speaking, and I just wanted to follow that transition. For this shall everyone that is godly pray unto you in a time when you may be found. Surely in the floods of great waters they shall not come near unto him. so the great waters will not come near unto the one who prays.
Do you want to put your screen up?
Yeah, that's a good
Because
idea.
then people can follow, and I don't have to worry about it then.
Yeah, good call. You are my hiding place. You shall preserve me from trouble. You shall surround me about with songs of deliverance. Selah. I will instruct you and teach you in the way which you shall go. Okay, so is this sort of like switching into a song that he's being surrounded with from God, and that's why it changes to God being in the first person? I'm not sure, but maybe. You surround me with songs, Selah, then suddenly it's first person. I will instruct you and teach you in the way which you shall go. I will guide you with mine eye. Be y'all not as the horse, as the mule, which have no understanding, whose mouth must be held in with bit and bridle, lest they come near unto you. Many sorrows shall be to the wicked, but he that trusts in Jehovah, mercy shall compass him about, shall surround him about. Wow. In this sense, it does say what the solution is. If you trust Jehovah, mercy shall surround you about. Be glad in Jehovah and rejoice, y'all righteous, and shout for joy, all y'all that are upright in heart. So then, what was interesting was this focus on verse 9 here, because I've always thought of like meekness being related to the word for the bit and brittle. So that like we're supposed to be meek. So I'm like, aren't we supposed to be guided around like a horse? But then he's saying like, I think that's just like speaking in different contexts. So on one hand, we should be guided around as if we're his horse that way, you know. But on the other hand, we should be obedient enough that he doesn't need to resort to bit and brittle, I think is sort of what he's saying here. So don't be like that, where I got to resort to these things. I wonder if that might often equate to chastisement.
I'd like to make a quick comment on that, because he's saying that you must be. So those who are submitted to God. So what I understand about horse riding and so forth, I'm not a fan of horse riding, but I know a little bit about it, that if you've got a horse that is well trained and a rider that knows how to communicate to the horse with their feet and their knees and so forth, they don't need to have bit and bridle. And that's what I think it's saying, because the horse is submissive, and that's how we should be with God. God shouldn't have to force us to go the direction that we need to go. We should be so sensitive to the Holy Spirit that it's the necessity of bit and bridle, so to speak. It reminds me of the shepherd, the rod and the staff comfort me. Why? Because if I go astray, they will bring me back. 1, 2, they're protection for me. But if I'm submitted to the shepherd, if I'm sensitive to the shepherd, I never need to be brought back because I'm following him. I think that's what it's talking about.
Then what about because this is actually about horses. I'm about to ask is like, do they steer the horse with their feet? Because
with their knees. Yep.
Oh, okay, because I'm like, I know you tell the horse to go like with basically like your heel or whatever. But,
so if you ever watch equestrian events at the Olympics, for example, and
I won't be watching the Olympics now that they're letting men steal women's trophies.
No, I know.
We got to have a standard at some point.
Yes, but if you watch the equestrian, right? Forget about the Olympics. But if you watch equestrian, generally they will have bit and bridle for the horse. But you'll be watching it and you'll go, they're not using it. because you can't see the tiny little minute movements of the heel of the foot and the toe of the foot and the knee and the calf and everything else that the rider is using, just the way that the rider adjusts their posture, adjusts their weight, adjusts this, adjusts that, the tiny pressure from the knee on one side versus the knee on the other side or further down. I mean, there's so many different things that they can do, and it can be so slight that you wouldn't know that it's happening unless you know equestrian.
Well,
and I don't know equestrian, but that's what I know about it.
Well, what if the horse rider were to just look where he wanted to go? I will guide you with mine eye. Well, no, I'm not talking about the horse rider anymore. I'm picking back up to the analogy. I will, because this is because I think that's what he's saying when he says, I will guide you with mine eye, be not as the horse is like, in this case, we don't even need him to have his legs on us or whatever. You know, it's like if he simply looks there, then, you know, and like this reminds me of a dog, but he doesn't mention a dog here. But this is like a dog, right? A dog can be guided with your eye, a well-trained dog.
Yes. Yes, I would think that that's very, very similar. I think that's an excellent connection to make. Sensitivity to the Holy Spirit. Don't force God to use more brutal methods.
Yeah, and that's like, I think, I don't think there's necessarily one exact specific thing that the bit and brittle, you know, symbolizes or whatever, but I do think often chastisement would be like the sort of bit and brittle, and the broad category of chastisement are probably somewhat synonymous in this case.
Well, it's indicative of a less submissive horse. It's a horse that you have to rein in. And even that idea of reining in indicates someone who's gone astray, someone who's uncontrolled. And so they have to be brought back under control. Anyway, I'm going to mute again.
Okay, well then, it's like, what will I do now? For like the first time, we don't have like a tangent we're sort of going on. I mean,
well, do you want to start on Perfect Love Casts Out Fear and lay a bit of a platform for us being able to have our conversation? And I'm more than I have no shame about. I mean, there's things I'm ashamed of, but I'm not going to restrict you. Say whatever you want to lay the platform. I'm going to have to go and.
I don't know if I lost my connection again, or if it's something else going on. So what happens if I unmute it on YouTube? What am I going to hear? I just hear silence.
Sorry, answered the phone.
Oh, okay. So now I know what's going on. I was trying to make sure I didn't lose internet connection before, you know.
I had the phone ring and I had to rush off and answer it, and I was leaving it to you to.
Oh yeah, that would be fine. Except sometime when I don't need my internet, I need to readjust the tinfoil better than I have. Like I touched it until it worked, and then like I'm not trying to fix it any better because I'll break it again. You know, it's like it's fickle. So right now, I'm particularly worried I could lose my connection at any moment, whereas normally I would just roll with it. Yeah. Anyway, oh yeah, what verse is it? That's oh, I already found it. I already searched for it and found it, and I'll put it on where I already have the screen shared. 1 John chapter 4. Okay. And it's very interesting. I think John is an incredibly deliberate and powerful writer. It seems that he juxtaposes things to show that things which someone might not notice are connected are to show that they are connected. And so this is a section of scripture that I think is very important regarding heretics. First John is all about fellowship, mostly is the focus of it, the fellowship that we have with each other in Christ. Well, specifically the fellowship in Christ, but then it talks a lot about what that is, and also talks a lot about the boundaries of it, so what it's not and where that line is drawn. So, beloved, trust not every spirit. Now, this is key because it's going to talk about spirits that say that Christ did not come in the flesh. And I want to be very clear about this, that Marxism is a spiritual thing. I won't take the time to prove it right now, but Marx was very demonically possessed, probably specifically by the devil himself, the way that the devil entered Judas, similar to that. There's very strong evidence for that, looking at his personal writings, his political writings, and the history of what's happened since then, looking at the book of Revelation as well. I think the beast that is an earthly empire that will come out of the sea will almost certainly be a global Marxist order. But that's neither here nor there exactly. What was my point? Trust not every spirit. Okay. So someone who...
Sorry, I've got to interrupt. I don't know what your point was, but I want to talk about that.
Well, we can't talk about everything at once. But yeah, this is important about it's about spirits here, because there's woke church people who the Marxist spirit speaks through them, but that person will use their physical mouth and say that Jesus came in the flesh. But then when that Marxist spirit speaks through them, that spirit that is speaking through them is a spirit which does deny that Jesus came in the flesh. Yes. And I'm not like playing games here. In order to believe Marxism, you have to have no awareness of truth. You have to reject truth. You have to like not be of God, right? Yes. And so any agreement someone has with the Satanism of Marxism is this like major disagreement with God. And so like the spirit that knows Christ having come in the flesh, right? That spirit is not this spirit that totally disregards truth and can follow after Marxism. And so there's a reason John could have said any person, any man, right? But he talks about spirits here, and he does that for a specific reason. So, and that's very important, because some people will use their mouth and say Jesus came in the flesh, and then some people will think that the scripture doesn't speak against them. Well, if you know what spirit they're speaking with, then you can ask yourself, what does that spirit say about whether or not Jesus came in the flesh? And Marxism is an easy example right now. Marxism is a spirit that a lot of, woke, quote unquote, Christians, that spirit speaking through them, and that spirit is Antichrist, because it denies that Jesus Christ came in the flesh. So now that we have that context, it's just kind of important for application.
Sorry, one more point, if I may. We're not saying that everyone who says something that's woke is definitely not a Christian.
Yeah, but the woke thing they say is a spirit.
Is unchristian.
Yeah, it is an unchristian spirit speaking through them.
It's demonic.
Yeah, and it says test the spirits. It does not say assume that if a spirit has any influence on someone that they are, you know what I mean?
Yes, so because Christians...
We all deal with spiritual influences, right?
That's right. All Christians are sinners, and all Christians can agree with demons. Any Christian can agree with a demon.
And
that's
there is
possible.
Definitely spiritual influences, with preferring Trump over Biden, and the whole totality of spirituality that goes on with politics and stuff. Like there's spirit going on there in the politics, which denies that Jesus Christ came in the flesh, that I was in agreement with on like the conservative side, because it's or the supposedly conservative side, but because I don't think anything. I think to be a conservative, one has to be a born again Christian, and otherwise you're a leftist. And when we frame it up differently, we're not really framing it up according to reality. That's my opinion. Reality is about whether or not you accept Jesus. It's not about whether or not you generally agree with like truish things or whatever, you know. So but let's get just into this. I just wanted to establish that it's about this what spirit is speaking. So it's not about the person and their words. John is very clear here. He's talking about spirits. Beloved, trust not every spirit, but test the spirits whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world. So that's why he said this. And specifically, I was thinking of, I brought this up earlier today about Matt Chandler, because someone did a video on him, and he is a false prophet gone out into the world. But yeah, beloved, trust not every spirit, but test the spirits whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world. Hereby know y'all the Spirit of God.
Hang on, can we just back up to Matt Chandler for a second?
Sure.
So I do have an issue with Matt Chandler, but I wasn't quite prepared. So I'm interested to know, you're saying he's a false prophet.
I don't mean in the sense of like he gives prophecy. I mean in the sense of what the context of what this verse is saying about false prophets, that he fits the category in this context, that he's not like name it and claim it people who prophesy things. I'm not.
No, but I'd like to know specifically what the issue is that you're referring to with Matt Chandler.
Yeah, A.D. Robles, one of my favorite brothers on YouTube, that I don't know much personally. I've only exchanged a few words with him a few times. But he did a video on Matt Chandler, I think yesterday. And after the McLean Bible Church thing, which we have some friends around here who are involved in that, they're involved in fighting against the wokeness. So he addressed that, and well, I won't get into any tangents on that at the moment, but it brought a lot of new viewers. So I think he really, because a lot of these new viewers are coming around about David Platt and stuff, it's like Matt Chandler is that same category, like these false teachers who were always worldly, but because they said the things people required them to say, we didn't know they were worldly until this whole woke thing got out of control, And so, but Matt Chandler, he went on Vice on HBO, and well, I just gotta show some clip, I guess. And you're not gonna get a copyright problem for this clip. I'm drastically confident of that.
So I've had issues with Matt Chandler for a while. I do like some of what he says. I particularly enjoy the sermon that he gave at Code Orange Revival, which
that's the one that like made him famous. And
I knew about him before that, but yes, that's my favorite of his.
Oh, okay. All right, it's the one that nowadays he's really famous for. So I'm newer to the scene. So from someone who's new to the scene, it looks like that's what made him famous. If that makes sense.
Well, it probably elevated him a lot more than he was before that.
Yeah.
But he had been saying good things before that. He claimed to be reformed, and as far as I could tell, was teaching a biblical gospel. But there was other things that he was doing that concerned me. And so I withheld my judgment on him. I sort of backed off him a little bit and stopped recommending him. Because
you got good discernment about when people are worldly. Because he was he's rather kind of subtle and stuff. But that sermon seems good. That's the "You're Not David," right?
Yeah, I love that sermon.
The only problem though is that like one of the things David did was he trusted God for his victory, and we are supposed to follow. He is an archetype of Christ on one hand. On the other hand, he's an archetype of us trusting Christ. He went in there knowing that God would give the victory. He had no trust in himself, only in God.
But are you aware of the context in which that sermon was preached?
Yes, that it was preached to a crowd who all
Who
that.
think
Yeah,
they're
but the
all
problem
David.
is still still though he used a bad example, because those people could realize like, no, definitely David's an example of trusting God and God delivering us. So I mean, yeah, it's not motivational speaker about selfish things or whatever, like you can do whatever you want because David killed Goliath, But at the same time, it's like he's saying that David being an example there is not true, and he's just wrong, and that's guile. It's like he didn't mean to be deceptive, but he was slack on truth there.
Well, yes. So I can agree with you that he could have been more careful about how he said it, but I think in the context of what he was trying to do, and especially since Steve Furtick preached exactly the opposite of what Matt Chandler was trying to correct. So Steve Furtick, that was how he closed the Code Orange revival, with preaching to people that they are David. Sling your stone. Every problem in your life is Goliath. And just have the faith to believe that you can knock down Goliath. So what Matt Chandler was preaching against was exactly what he needed to preach against, while he may have been a little careless about saying, well, there are ways in which we are David. But I think in the context, I don't have a problem with what he was doing.
Well, that's where I do have a problem, because you used a good word, corrected. Well, to be correcting Furtick, he needs to come with what's correct. So a different incorrect thing is not that helpful. People will ignore an incorrect thing, for instance, and also if it's incorrect, you shouldn't be saying it on stage in a sermon, regardless of how the ultimate point you're aiming at might be right and stuff. And my point here isn't really to overly criticize that sermon. It's like, if that's Matt Chandler at his best is guile, then it's no surprise that at his worst, he's really bad.
So what's the actual problem?
Yeah,
and what's this? What's this
bit of this?
Because you mentioned McLean or whatever it is, which I know nothing about. I've seen it was coming up, and Sal has been counting down to it. Weeks ago, he was counting down to it, but I've missed all of that because I've been busy. So I have no idea about that either, except that I guess this, is it an SBC thing or something, is it?
Not exactly. David Platt did lie to his congregation and say that they're not affiliated with the SBC, because according to their constitution, they're not allowed to be affiliated with the SBC. But what he does is he affiliates with them and gives them money and stuff, but then officially they're not members. But that's not even the way the Constitution's worded, so he's still breaking the Constitution of the church. So he lied to the congregation to hide that he was breaking their Constitution, because he's new to the church, and he's just coming in and running over their God church and trying to make it a woke satanic place.
So
that's David Platt over at McLean. Matt Chandler is actually doing the exact same thing with his church.
Yeah. So how long
he wasn't a new person running roughshod over it. It's but
how long has Platt been at McLean?
About 4 years.
Okay. Because I've listened to Platt in the past as well, but there's things that he says that I stopped listening to him altogether and stopped recommending him after a while.
And I've mentioned to Sal a couple times that, when I already found David Platt to be like not good enough to be a preacher, and he's like, really? Because I like some of his sermons, and I let Sal know that like I'm so like what I look, it's like David Platt's respectable to the world, and that's like something I just absolutely don't look for in Christian teachers. So I think that's just like a difference between me and Sal, that I very
as far as I know, he wasn't when I started following him.
He wasn't what?
Acceptable to the world.
David Platt?
As far as I know, probably about. I mean,
they have.
I don't know how many years ago now.
Well, I don't know, because there's like before the wokeness thing really blew up. These people, there was a limit to how far they could go to try to be like likable to the world, but the limit was imposed on them by us. And when the woke stuff went out of control, they thought that Christianity's part of the world, so the limit was no longer imposed because the world, their perspective, worldly Christianity used to impose that limit. But now only true Christianity imposes that limit. So since these are worldly Christians, which I guess means they're not Christian, right? So, or at least if a teacher who's a worldly Christian is not a Christian. So since it's the worldly Christianity is just totally going off into woke Satanism, and real Christianity is not changing at all whatsoever. And it's as simple as that. And so it's becoming obvious now that people like David Platt and Matt Chandler have gone out from the church. They have left the church. Because they have obviously left the church, it has become obvious that they were never of us.
And is this connected to the Gospel Coalition? Because they're woke.
Yeah, it all connects together. It's a huge thing. Yeah. So you need to pick one: the hugeness of the scandal or Matt Chandler, one thing at a time. Let's start with Matt Chandler.
Let's start with Matt Chandler.
Topic. Yeah. So if you don't do it full screen, that'll help prevent any potential automatic copyright, whatever. And AD does intellectual property all the time. He'll
like that.
There's no way he would ever file a strike against what I'm doing here. But okay, so this first part is just funny. You'll just have to wait for me to explain it. So don't ask me about it, but we will watch it real quick.
Yep. Oh, did you give sound?
Oh, did I forget to hit the sound box? Okay. I remembered at one point, and then we were talking.
Yes.
And then I forgot.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Hey, Doki.
I didn't. If I knew you knew nothing about it, I would have been a lot more careful with what I said. I would not have piqued your curiosity that much. I didn't. I forgot that you're like all in the Bible, and like, I have the time that I'm all in the Bible and all in the church drama, but you don't have time to both.
Yeah, if I had more time over the last week or so, I probably would have kept up with most of this. I would have been on Cell's channel keeping up with McLean and finding out what was happening there. So I appreciate you updating me, because I hate missing out things that are happening in my community.
Yeah, this all ties together into a big thing. Actually, CJ and I will be addressing it to some extent this Thursday. We're going to do a State of the Church address, hopefully every week. Because we really want to get, at least for me and him and whoever else is right there with us, we want to get ourselves on the ball and be as cunning as serpents while we're as harmless as doves. And I think we're still falling short at being as cunning as serpents. And the whole cunning, the enemy is not falling short at that. So we've got to do both, because so yeah, that's sort of the focus of that, is to every week address the state of the church.
Whereas I tend to fall short of being harmless as doves.
Oh yeah, and I'm talking more about like the overall body. Well, maybe not, because maybe when the people don't give people truth and they think they're nicer, they're causing harm. And when you do give the truth, you're not causing harm. So,
well, sometimes. I think sometimes I do step over the mark, but sometimes it's hard to tell when you've stepped over the mark. And that's why I appreciate people. Like, I want to get around me people that I know I can trust, who care about truth. Oh, excuse me. Don't eat and talk at the same time. Who can pull me into line when I need it.
Yeah, and I'd like to help offer you some training on temper control, just because of before I was saved, I went to jail over that, and then I was given resources for that were really helpful. And I never applied the resources until I was spiritually changed. But once I was spiritually changed, the fact that I had the resources I had learned was super useful to me. So I'd like to share that with you sometime.
Yep, let's do it sometime.
But okay, so I should have sound on now. Just tell me if I missed it again. And here we go.
Yes, you are right. It's all about me. Please look at me. I am so pretty. Love me. Want me. Something like
that. So I'll let AD introduce it and I'll see if I can skip around to the points that I want, because unfortunately his videos don't always have the best visual cues, but we'll just kind of casually go through this, and I'll say whatever, we'll just do this.
My content. I was listening to an economist yesterday. Of new people yesterday as well. So if you are new, welcome. I'm so glad you're here, and I hope that you enjoy my content. I was listening to an economist yesterday, and the government says get the shot, get the vaccine shot, and most people will just simply do it without really knowing to be respected and loved and accepted.
Hey, here's where he's going to start talking about Chandler directly.
Their reazoning sounds identical. How did that happen? And he
says, okay, this is important.
They've been wondering, what is going on? Like, why does my favorite pastor, sound like identical to the narrative that you'll see on CNN? What?
And this is what was a little different about me and you, Graham, is we're like, we'd already had problems with Chandler and problems with Platt, right? But then a lot of people are like, why did this happen? And that's one thing I've been saying in comment sections a lot is like, look, if you're asking why this happened, you have a hole in your discernment that if you're a man, you need to fix that hole in your discernment so that you can be there for the women and children.
Yep.
Like, why is it very like Kamala Harris, the vice president, just the other day said something about how getting the vaccine is loving your neighbor. Like, why is her exegesis and her understanding of the Bible as poor as, my favorite pastor or ethicist from the Southern Baptist Convention or whatever?
Or the Gospel Coalition, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Which have specifically used that it's loving your neighbor thing.
If one of those people is your favorite pastor, you really need to look at yourself and go, why is that my favorite pastor?
Yeah, and it's the matter of guile, right? If you're not noticing the problems of these people, you have a slackness of truth.
Yep.
And now that it's becoming obvious that they're not of us, we know that already must have been obvious before to someone with good discernment, Anyway, I don't know, but let's keep listening. So why is Kamala Harris exegesis identical to these people, right? So that's important stuff. Now let's just show some of Matt Chandler talking, maybe, because I think it's self-explanatory to some extent. You don't really need AD's explanation.
Concept of what evangelicalism is.
What's interesting is this is Vice, right? Okay, I'm about to have an ad I have to skip, I think.
Can you give me a link to that? Because who is this guy?
Oh, to AD's channel, yeah, definitely. And yeah. I'll put it in the side chat for anyone, because brother AD or Ol AD Robles. His name is Adam D Robles. His channel is just called AD. But there's the link, and he addresses mostly stuff around the whole wokeness thing. Wokeness thing is mostly what he does for the body.
Local community will be different in 10 years.
I'm just going to skip this and rewind because it's going to interrupt us. This pretty annoyingly. So at least it wasn't an inappropriate ad or anything.
Oh, well, that's how YouTube's free.
Him being interviewed by Vice.
Oh, yeah, and they're even called Vice, so they're even named after sin. Just, let's notice that real quick, right?
It's astounding, isn't it? Absolutely astounding how stupid people can be.
And on HBO is such a filthy network.
Yeah.
Oh, man. And everything they put on there is for such evil purposes, except for they do just movies or whatever. But then everything they do is their own specials or whatever is such evil propaganda. That,
a lot of it is.
The fact that it's like Chandler really wants to only be liked by false Christians and non-Christians. He does not want a single Christian to approve of him.
Well, have you seen?
I mean, he wants them to, but he's willing to. Anyone. Sorry, go ahead.
Have you seen American Gospel?
No, I've heard of it though.
Because Matt Chandler's in that. And American gospel is very good. Like it's decrying what they call the American gospel, this gospel of basically marketing the gospel, right? Trying to sell the gospel to sinners.
Yeah, but Matt Chandler is such a hypocrite, because you're going to see why he's a hypocrite right here.
Yeah.
And like he's even going to tell you exactly how he's a hypocrite. I mean, this is going to be. Let's try not to comment on this until it's over, because we'll never get through it.
Yep, go for it.
So just give me a chance to bounce around some, then we'll discuss it in total.
Evangelical community will be different.
Let me just get the beginning of our sentence.
To seem cool to the pagans. This is him being interviewed by Vice.
Evangelical community will be different in 10 years versus 10 years ago.
Golly. Well, first, just the whole concept of what evangelicalism is difficult right now.
Very confusing.
It is
He's in
such
his
a
element
junk
right
drawer.
now. There's no
For
question.
some people, evangelicalism now is like a political party, divorced from its, theological roots. I think you're going to see what we've already seen probably 3 or 4 times in Christian history. There are going to be those that try to reach the world by becoming like the world. And then there are going to be those that try to, by the grace of God, hold fast to orthodox Christian faith in a way that's compassionate and kind. And they're going to have to weather the backlash of all the wrong that's been done in the name of Jesus the last 50 years.
So this is why I say he's self-conscious about it, because he says there's going to be those who try to be like the world to reach the world. Well, that's him. Matt Chandler's doing that. He's the one that wants to support the pagan organization of Black Lives Matter. He's the one that...
Okay, I should give you some context here. The previous episode AD had done was Matt Chandler being extremely disdainful against white people.
So it's okay for Matt Chandler to be political, but not conservative Christians.
Well, yeah, and I don't want to get distracted yet. I just wanted to, because this video is kind of based on, you probably saw the previous one, and the audience. So the audience knows that Matt Chandler was like super, like bitter against white people, and talking about it.
I'm just noticing his hypocrisy.
Yeah,
let's keep going.
Let me see if I can pull just enough of yesterday's. Let me see how it came from. Motivated by channel, I think. No, I didn't. I went to my search. I went to my watch history. So this is the one Gospel Coalition does not want you to see. I think. Well, I don't. That's the other half of the episode. But I do think earlier on. I think this is the same video. I think
can I play the whole of that Gospel Coalition one? Because as soon as Gospel Coalition was formed and they started appearing on Facebook, and I started listening to some of what they say, and I started going, "You people you're morons." And I started I
appreciate that, brother, but I this is part of my bouncing around that I asked for. If we can wait on all this.
Sorry.
As much as I love the conversation, and that's why it's so tempting, I've tried to apply a little discipline. So this says Matt Chandler's complete disgust for white people, more Gospel Coalition. The reason it said Gospel Coalition doesn't want you to see this is the next 2 segments were on the channel Woke Preacher Clips, and they did a copyright strike against him. Because what he does, he's doing it as fair use, but he doesn't say any commentary. He just shows it, and the commentary speaks for itself. So he doesn't have the commentary to defend that it's fair use, even though the approach he's using is fair use. But he doesn't have, he's not saying anything, so he can't argue that it's fair use. But so AD's channel is this has 15,000 views. You only get like 500 on Woke Preacher Clips. This is 15,000. Yeah. So he was like, Gospel Coalition did a copyright strike against him. Well, I do talk about the clips. They can't do a copyright strike against me because I can defend my fair use. So now way more people are going to see it because they tried to hide it. Yeah, I just love that. This is such fighting. This guy is a good example of being cunning as a serpent. Like, now they can't do copyright strikes against people to hide things because it only further publicizes them. He has just taken a tool away from Satan. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's what I want to do. I want to play.
You hear
the
what I'm
whole thing.
doing? I'm glorying in his glory. We glory in each other's glories. Woo!
I want to play both of those videos. What exactly is my angle on Matt Chandler? And Matt Chandler's complete disgust for white people. I want to play both of those and comment on them. And I'd love for you to be here with it for it.
Yeah, and I do that sometimes. I don't know what the limits to fair use are, but as far as I know, as long as you're commenting on it, you're good. But I don't know if it. Well, anyway, 80's not going to strike against you. So the only thing you'd have to worry about would be anything that YouTube automatically does through software, you know?
Yep. Well, that's and then I'll leave YouTube. I'll go to Discord. That's fair warning,
Yeah,
YouTube. Strike me again if you strike me on this channel, I'm gone.
Yeah, we do gotta prepare to be all like branched out and stuff, and to all be connected even elsewhere.
I'm sick of this fascism. I got banned by Facebook for sorry to keep rabbit trailing, but I got banned by Facebook for 24 hours for warning against Nazism. If you warn people of Nazism, that's unacceptable. You're not allowed to do that.
Yeah, and whether it was because it was automatic and it was just the word Nazi, or whether it's they're using Nazi tactics, so they want the left to be the only ones who can call people Nazis. Because
that's right.
If
that's
we
exactly
call them
what
Nazis, it actually sticks, you know?
Yeah. That's exactly what's happening. Anyway, let's keep going. I could talk for hours about it.
So let's see if I can try to find about where Matt Chandler says these things.
Skip back a little bit. 1 second. I want you to hear that whole thing again.
Okay, cool. That sounds like I ended at a perfect moment for something.
All right, here we go.
Consistently confronted broken thinking around ethnicity, and I think we miss it because we blow through our Bible too quickly and read it like we're reading a blog. No, you got to steep it.
What?
Racist. The only people who talk about race are racists.
Yeah, well, that's
ethnicity, and I think we miss it because we blow through our Bible too quickly and read it like we're reading a blog. No, you got to steep in it. John 10:16, Jesus looks at a crowd and says, I have other sheep that are not of this fold, and I must bring them also, and they will listen to my voice, so there will be one flock and one shepherd. And I'm just telling you that his inbox on Monday was full.
What a moron.
Don't you know we're the chosen people? Don't you know the Bible, Jesus? Don't you know Moses and the law? Don't you know about the tabernacle?
What a moron.
What a wicked man.
And well, we haven't gotten, we still got to find the exact spot, but we can talk about this one for just a second, because he said
demonic. That's demonic.
Yeah, and here I want to
do you know the Bible, Jesus? Don't you know Moses and the law? Don't you know shepherd? And I'm just telling.
Oh yeah, when he says his inbox was full, it's like oh okay, I'm gonna let AD explain this.
You that is it.
Pharisees and really making a point about himself and how he has to field all of these emails, because there was no email in Jesus's time. We understand that, right? So he's talking about a biblical story of God, confronting the Pharisees and various Jewish leaders.
Oh, Graham, our volumes are way louder than the video, and I have it at full blast, so we need to be quiet for him.
For their ethnic sort of discrimination. Well, let's just accept all of this for a second. I mean, obviously there was religious aspects and cultural aspects. We get that, but let's just accept it as he's saying. It's an ethnic discrimination that the Pharisees and the lawyers and the Jews had against the Gentiles, right? So Jesus, it really did confront that. Let's just accept it in the teaching. And so there was no email back then. So what's he talking? Well, he's talking about himself, right? He's talking about him. Well, I'm just telling you, his email inbox was full. We're the chosen people, Jesus. Don't you know the Bible? Don't you? He's talking about himself. He's claiming that he has fielded emails like that, right? Now, what do you think the chances are that he's never received even one email that said, whites are the chosen people. How are you ministering to black people and Latinos and Asians? Because why? Don't you know the Bible, Matt Chandler? White people, Europeans are the chosen people. How much you want to bet he's never received even one email like that? But that's the impression he wants to give.
Okay, that's just it right there. This is just the mainstream media is slandering people based on skin color. Matt Chandler is joining in, and he's claiming that like he gets emails. I mean, that AD is exactly right. The impression he's trying to give here is that he has received emails from white people who are upset that he would preach the gospel to black people. And I agree with AD that he has never once received an email like that.
Well, I'm prepared to say that he might have, but if he did, they were from leftists. The old school leftists, the old school Democrats who hate black people.
I'm not prepared to say that he might have. We have no basis for that. I mean...
Well, I'm not prepared to say that he definitely didn't.
Yeah, I mean... it's just... I'm not gonna. I mean, not. I mean, I get that you want to be fair, and I totally respect that. And you might be more in the right here than me, but I'm speaking for myself, not for what I'm saying is right. But for me, I'm not gonna be like naive. He's doing something for an agenda. That's his motive, and so to me, there's no indication that it might be true, because we do know that he's saying it for a different reason. So him saying him saying it is not evidence that it might be true, and it's so unlikely. And he's such, so.
Well, I'll agree with that. I'll agree wholeheartedly with that. It doesn't matter whether he received them or not, because that's completely besides the point.
Yeah, and then he also said his email box is full, so he's saying it's the norm. So an exception wouldn't qualify for what he's talking about anyway. And I think you probably agree it's extremely far-fetched that it's the norm, that he's receiving letters from white people who are upset that he doesn't think white people alone are the chosen people.
Unless his church is full of old-school leftists.
Wait, you're saying old-school leftists would?
Would say, well, that's where that discrimination comes from. Up until the 1950s, old school Democrats, and even in the 1950s and 60s, they were still fighting. They were still fighting for racism. So people that grew up in that era, the old school leftists, the old school Democrats, still have that thinking. They would be in their 80s or whatever they are now. They'd be older than that, but that doesn't mean that there weren't people with that thinking into the 70s and 80s and still alive today.
Yeah, and
this is a really important point, because there's another thing as well. There's another thing that's connected to this. When the new Democrats are fighting against conservatives who they see as racists, what they're really fighting against is the conservatives within their own party who are trying to hold on to that racism. And they're projecting that onto us.
Yeah, yeah, I guess that's true. They did a lot of propaganda for a long time to flip the script. So they did a lot of deception to do that. But anyway, just to keep things sort of focused on what's being said in the video. Oh yeah, so the impression he wants to give is that there's a major problem with white Christians who think that the gospel is only for white people. And if you care about black people and want to preach the gospel to them, they will fill your inbox with emails. And it's just a lie. The problem is that he is teaching things that the Bible says are false, and that's why his email box is full.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. He's teaching things that, according to the Bible, are not true, and that's why his email box is full. So anyway, and this is more just to show you what AD is talking about, and an audience member who understands. If we have someone in the audience now who thinks wokeness is acceptable, I'm not going to make the case to them that it's not. But I'm hopeful that everyone who might be in this audience already knows better.
I hope so. But if anyone is listening, so you just mentioned flipping the script. That's exactly what Matt Chandler is doing here. He's the racist. He's the one that's trying to treat different ethnicities differently. And he's trying to project onto other people that they're the racist for opposing his agenda. That's exactly what Marxism does. It projects onto other people what they are actually doing.
And I'm glad you're totally seeing what's going on. So so I want to get back to my bouncing around, and I'm trying to like organize the thoughts that go into what I do next. So we were just talking about how Matt Chandler, oh yeah, he wants people to think that if you know, he's saying that because Jesus said he had sheep of another fold, that his email box is full, implying that if you say that Black people can be sheep, that white supremacists are going to fill your email box, which is just a lie. The actual truth is that if you teach false doctrine, Christians are going to fill your email box. But and so then that sets the context for, and AD goes a lot more into it in that video, so you can check it out in total if you want, about how like he did a video on it a couple of years back, but this time around, like he knows what's going on more, and he noticed like Chandler was totally expressing all this like disdain for white people. And so AD does a good job of highlighting that, whereas someone might think it was subtle just now from watching the clip real quick. And so yeah, so that sets the context for this one. Oh yeah, and his reason for doing that, of course, is that he's going to tell the pagans what they want to hear, as AD puts it, which is a good moment in the video. So if these videos are worth watching, these 2 episodes in particular. And then we'll just go back and rewatch what we watched earlier real quick.
Him being interviewed by Vice.
Evangelical community will be different in 10 years versus 10 years ago.
Golly. Well, firstly, just the whole concept of what evangelicalism is difficult right now.
Very confusing.
It is
He's
such a junk
right now. There's no
for
question.
some people, evangelicalism now is like a political party, divorced from its, theological roots. I think you're going to see what we've already seen probably 3 or 4 times in Christian history. There are going to be those that try to reach the world by becoming like the world. And then there are going to be those that try to, by the grace of God, hold fast to orthodox Christian faith in a way that's compassionate and kind. And they're going to have to weather the backlash of all the wrong that's been done in the name of Jesus the last 50 years.
So this is why I say he's self-conscious about it, because he says there's going to be those who try to be like the world to reach the world. Well, that's him. Matt Chandler's doing that. He's the one that wants to support the pagan organization of Black Lives Matter. He's the one that if you even question his support of Black Lives Matter, well, you're the one who is the racist who gave up the right to do like he did a whole thing about that. Go back into my history and you'll see that video of Matt Chandler supporting Black Lives Matter. And so that's him. He's self-conscious about this. He's trying to be like the world. He's trying to attract people. And he even says it like he's compassionate Christianity. Well, Christianity's always been compassionate. It doesn't mean they've always done the right thing, but they've always been compassionate. And this is why every hospital is named after a church, because the churches set them up. This is why Christians are more generous with their money than any other group in the United States. It's simply a fact. It's just a fact. But, Christians like Matt Chandler, who want to be cool to the world, want to give the world the message that it wants. And the message that the world wants is that Christians are big hypocrites. They're totally hypocritical. In fact, we're going to see that in just a second. Let's do the second clip.
Of Jesus. What are the challenges today in keeping young people engaged here?
My experience with the de-churched, that's what I would call them, those who grew up in church and have left, is that it's a sense of hypocrisy that they picked up on, a kind of cowardice among the church to address things that are serious and significant pains of our day. So whether that be domestic violence, what the church has been just painfully quiet on, or even things like racial reconciliation, which, man, you step into those spaces, you're going to draw a lot of flack from the evangelical world. But I think especially around topics like homosexuality, and we're quick to say it's a sin, and you know what they're saying, which I'm not going to disagree that I would think from the scriptures that's not what ultimately God intends. But to pretend like that we're not talking about human beings with souls who sometimes are deeply conflicted, it's just a great.
Do you hear this? I mean,
okay, so this is just all about.
I'm sorry, but I've had enough of this. I've heard enough. This is a scumbag.
Anyway.
I don't want to listen to this moron anymore.
Well, that's good timing because I was done with it too. But
his ability to deceive is epic. He projects onto other people what he imagines they are thinking. And calls them evangelicals, but projects onto them things that evangelicals cannot do.
Yeah, and it's this whole thing is an HBO propaganda piece to slander the saints.
Yeah,
that's all.
And
it
a
is.
Christian is joining in. A Christian, well,
no, he's not joining in. He is the thing.
He is the slander. Yep.
And,
he's absolutely. You've
there's a couple points in there that like there's some truth to. You know, like we could do a better job helping men have control of their tempers and against domestic violence. I do agree that the church could do better at that. And I do agree that a lot of people leave because of like mainstream churchianity that's not real Christianity, that disappoints and is hypocritical, you know. But Matt Chandler is that. He is the mainstream Christianity that causes people to leave because it's not Christianity. It's him.
Yeah, he's the one that's projecting.
Oh, what I want to mention is he knows what he's doing, just like AD said. Like when he says there are those who will compromise with the world and there are those who will hold true by God's grace. Yeah. I don't believe for 1 second that he's too stupid to know which side he's on. So at this point, I think he's an agent. He might work for the CIA or something like that. That's what's most, or he's a Marxist agent. So maybe not an official organization, but an activist or something. I really do think he is definitely like an official, like a literal infiltrator. He's not just a guy whose spirits infiltrate through him. I mean, by what he said, he made it obvious that he knows exactly what evil he is doing.
Yeah. And if there is an evangelical who is treating homosexuals as though they are not people, that person is not an evangelical. They're not a Christian, at least in the way that they're operating there. That's Steve Anderson, who's another fake Christian.
Yeah, but the thing is, he's not talking about Steve Anderson, right? It's like the idea is to describe people like you and me as
that's exactly right.
He's trying to slander us like that.
Yes, he's trying to project onto us Steve Anderson. He's trying to lump us into the same basket as Steve Anderson and Westboro Baptist.
But it's like this is leftist propaganda, and he's an agent of it.
Yeah, I think it's called agitprop, isn't it?
What?
Agitprop. I'll just look it up.
Okay, yeah,
political.
I've never heard it called
originally communist propaganda, especially in art or literature. Well, I guess it's art when you consider it that it's video. So AGITPROP.
Oh yeah, that what he uses, like, because he went up there and was like, "You're not David," as if he's like the conservative Christian and they're the loosey goosey ones, you know. But then here he's like, all he says about homosexuality is it's not. I mean, even the adjectives he has to bring in to soften it and soften it and soften it. It's not only is it not God's created plan, it's not God's ideal plan for your life, or however. I know he put the word ideal in there. It's not ideal. Like, it's not that it's not ideal. It's that it's an abomination.
It's sin. Yeah, it's abomination.
It results in people. Most homosexuals are created.
I noticed
child
that as
abuse, and there's plenty of child abuse that results from it. And I'm not trying to say that people who are not guilty of that are guilty of it, but for us to act like sin does not have these consequences while this is happening to children, that is filthy guile. I'm glad I know what guile means now. I like that.
Yes. So agitprop is a portmanteau of two Russian words, but the beginning of the two words that form the portmanteau work in English. So agitation and propaganda. So the two Russian words for agitation and propaganda, they start exactly the same as in English. In fact, propaganda is exactly the same in Russian. And the other one is agitatsia.
So we probably took the word propaganda from Russian. So the word propaganda probably comes from the Marxist school or something?
Probably, yeah. Propaganda is probably
German,
a word.
if I remember right.
Yeah, it's a word that's come into English since the rise of communism in Russia.
I
would
remember
guess.
what nationality Marx was.
He was German and lived in England primarily.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, it would be from the rise of communism in Russia. But yeah, agitprop is agitation propaganda for communist purposes primarily, but anybody can use agitprop.
Okay, and then that brings us back to the reason I brought it up in the first place. Because and I will fill you in on all the scandal and stuff or whatever. I'm not sure when, because I want to go through the section you wanted. I want to lead up to it, go through it together, and I also want to get some work done on the Greek Access Bible tonight. So
well, I probably have to go at some stage, and I'm sorry to cut this short, but I think I'm going to have to go. So we might have to get back to Perfect Love Casts Out Fear. We'll do a part 2.
Okay, but I do got to connect it back to what I was saying in the first paragraph here. So because it's trust not every spirit. The spirit you just heard Matt Chandler speaking with is the spirit that Satan channeled into the world through Karl Marx.
Yep.
That spirit denies that Jesus came in the flesh. It doesn't matter what Matt Chandler can say with his physical mouth. When you hear that spirit speaking through him, that is the spirit of Antichrist. So now that we have very good context for how to apply this to people, you know, the difference between the people and the spirit, right? And we have an obvious example. Let me just read the first paragraph. Beloved, trust not every spirit, but test the spirits whether they are of God, because many false prophets are gone out into the world. Hereby know y'all the Spirit of God. Every spirit that confesses that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is of God. And that is come is probably the same grammar as earlier, if you remember the perfect and all that. Is come in the flesh is of God. And every spirit that confesses not that Jesus Christ is come in the flesh is not of God. And this is that of Antichrist, whereof y'all have heard it should come, and even now already is it in the world. Y'all are of God, little children, and have overcome them, because greater is he that is in you than he that is in the world. They are of the world. Therefore speak they of, or that is from the world, and the world hears them. We are of God. He that knows God hears us. He that is not of God hears us not. Hereby know we the spirit of truth and the spirit of error. Then Mo, you're on mute, brother. Did I forget to screen share that? Did I just read it without screen sharing it?
It wasn't screen share.
Oh, you forgot. It's not a big deal. They could hear it out loud. It's all good.
Probably me that forgot, but there's noise my end as well, so I stayed muted.
Okay.
And I'm going to mute again.
Okay. So, well, that was it. I just wanted to, because, you know, this whole woke thing going on, like, we don't fall for it because we only hear Jesus's voice and we don't follow another voice. That's from John chapter 10, I think. But then also, we don't fall for it because we are not of the world. We are of God. And we have overcome them because greater is he that is in us than he that is in the world. So when people fall for this stuff, that's really scary because it seems like they're, you know, that there's not a greater in them than in the world, right? That's why they're falling for the world. So it's scary stuff. But the agreement of the church is what's being talked about here, that the church is of God, the fellowship is of God. Like I said, this book is about the fellowship that is in Christ. The fellowship that is in Christ is of God. He that knows God hears the fellowship that is in Christ. He that is not of God does not hear the fellowship that is in Christ. And that's how we know the spirit of truth from the spirit of error. So, I was just explaining insight into the interpretation as I interpret it. I'm not claiming that that's what's written here, of course. But when it talks about the we is the fellowship in Christ. So that's all I have. I can let you go, Graham. And
yep, I have to go, I think.
Okay, and that's good. It gives me a chance to eat and get to work.
Just before, I'm just going to say to Matt, when you provide that link, it's telling me the seconds, but when I click on the link, it takes me to the beginning. So I'm not sure why it's doing that. 6,400. Oh, and Nicholas, I did talk to Troy about the sound. So I haven't showed him what we were doing and what we looked at. I think he's probably aware of it, but just to make sure that what you and I discussed, he's aware of, especially since I'm planning to leave town, and make sure that, that what we did isn't a waste of time.
Yeah, and it's just the difference that if you want to only pick up the speaker and pick up other things less, you change the adjustment, and the graphics are easy for anyone to read once you know what they are.
But he pretty much came to the same conclusion that I did, that you need someone sitting there adjusting the volume up and down.
The proper setup that one would do with that is you would use two microphones and have a way to plug them both in at different volumes.
Right.
Yeah, that would be the quote, like, proper way. But
So then you can mute one and unmute the other from the microphone.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, I'll talk to Troy about it, but I suspect a lot of the problem will disappear when I leave.
Right.
I think the biggest problem is that I'm much louder than everybody.
That should be 56 minutes. Should get you just before that timestamp. I did a little math in my head.
Yeah, because I'm trying to do 6,400 seconds, and it's just
6,000
like
seconds is 100 minutes, and then I subtracted the. Oh, I have to add 400 seconds, so I did it wrong. It's 100 minutes plus 400 seconds, so 400 seconds is about 8 minutes. So you're going to be at 107 minutes. Well,
107.
Yeah, then you won't miss any of it. Unless you want to do more exact math, but I for me, like, using strategies to estimate is fun, and then actually getting in and doing the exact math is not fun. I like estimating, sort of like an intuition thing. I enjoy doing intuition. Matt is saying that Matt Chandler is probably a Freemason. There's just a lot more going on than only Freemasonry. I haven't seen like a big ring on Matt Chandler or anything, so I don't think he's a Freemason. But like Stephen Furtick, I'm almost 100% sure is a Freemason. So they are out there. Or what was that guy's name that was super famous in the 70s and compromised all of American Christianity? Oh, Billy Graham. Yeah, Billy Graham was a Freemason.
My wife's been saying that for quite some time. She also says that he's connected to these rings, and that he's been named by associates, by women abused in connection with Jeffrey Epstein.
Billy Graham?
Billy Graham.
Yeah, and that's really likely. I mean, he's really like the godfather of the Matt Chandlers and David Platts and all that, you know?
Yeah, of modern evangelicalism that compromises everything.
Yeah, not so much the like name it and claim it NRA stuff. That's
no.
hyper spiritualist that compromise everything.
No,
He's the ultimate in guile. He's like the angel of guile. Billy Graham is.
Yep, because he's
I've got
prepared
to
to.
what the word guile means. It's so useful because it's like it's so helpful as a category to better understand others, and then we know what we can read what the Bible says about guile, and like
even if we achieve nothing else today.
Yeah, but we did achieve
that.
other stuff though. It is
no,
pretty
we
cool,
did.
like how much we can achieve with all this stuff. Of course, a lot of people would think that the stuff we're doing is just like self-indulgent and not actually useful, like atheists and stuff. But I love it. I love doing stuff together. I love hanging out with you, Graham.
But I think that's the number one thing that I'm going to take away, that it seems to me that you're going to take away.
Yeah, because guile, it's a very important category. That slackness of truth, where like it's very important to be able to communicate about that, and like the Bible's had that there for us the whole time, and we never knew what it was.
Can I add another word to slackness? Carelessness.
Yeah, there's definitely like there's definitely a similarity, but I think it appears that with the Hebrews it literally means slackness, and then when they apply it figuratively, it's specifically about carelessness of
deceit.
Truth.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not about. There's not just about all sorts of carelessness, it seems.
Yeah. Carelessness about truth, yes. But I mean in terms of slackness about truth, carelessness about truth as well.
Yeah. Careless makes a good synonym regarding the second meaning.
Yes.
So it's pull up the slackness, is it's like you get the idea that how God says it, you know? Both are what God says, but slackness is how God said it.
Yep. Anyway, good stuff. I better go.
Yeah, good night, brother. Shalom, and everyone just trust Messiah.
Yes. And remember the gospel. Christ died for our sins, according to the scriptures. He was buried. He rose again, according to the scriptures. And also remember that the gospel is, for by grace you have been saved, and are being saved because you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. Or as, how did you translate it, Nicholas? Because to grace. I'm going to have to go find that
the
email.
Grace. You're doing pretty good though.
Because to the grace, where is it?
I mean, I remember it. I can just say it if you want.
I'm trying to remember. Because to the grace, y'all are having been saved.
Yep.
Is a very literal translation of the Greek. Having been saved.
Yeah, and maybe some people have trouble reading it, but it does have all the information so that what's said there is like indisputable and clear. So yeah, people who say it's are being saved, that's incorrect.
Incorrect. That's a consequence of it, but it's not the primary meaning. The primary meaning is that you have been. The secondary meaning, or the consequential meaning, is that you are being as well because you have been. Anyway, I don't know if I've told you before, but Ephesians 2, 8 and 9 is my go-to for, if someone asks me the gospel, Ephesians 2, 8 and 9 is where I turn.
Interesting, because you were just quoting Ephesians 2 in the section that I get to a lot when people like, you know, especially when I referred to myself as a Torah keeper. People would like try to make it like, if you want to keep the law, you're trying to be saved by the law. And so I'd go to Ephesians 2 and, you know, it's like we all agree we're not saved by works. And yet it says right here, created in Christ Jesus unto good works.
Unto good works.
Yeah, and there's a reason he says both here. We're saved not by grace, but we're not by works. But then it's unto good works. He's being so clear. And anyway, so I come to that a lot. So you're saying you go to 8. Oh, so this is what you go to for the gospel.
Yes, if someone wants to ask me what the gospel is, or to explain the gospel, the first thing that pops up in my head is Ephesians 2:8 and 9. For by grace you have been saved through faith, and not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so then I start to exegete it, or not exegete so much when I'm trying to explain the gospel to people. If I'm preaching, it's more exegesis. But if I'm trying to expound the gospel so a Christian understands it, or so I give the gospel to the unsaved, I focus on the fact that it is by grace, through faith, it is a gift of God, and it is not of works.
Very good. That's, yeah, combining this with the other parts about him and being raised from the dead and all that.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, that's a great combo. So
that would be the second place that I turn, is that I explain to people that the gospel is that Christ died for our sins. And what does sin mean? Why did Christ die? Well, for our sins. But how does that help us? So the thing that Ray Comfort does, and Ray Comfort does a lot of stuff, but one of the things that Ray Comfort does is put people in the courtroom. And so Christ dying is the payment for the debt that we owe because of our crime against God. That's one of the things I like to explain. And I think it's a very, very useful thing to explain to people so they understand at least one thing that we need to understand about sin, is that it's a crime against God, and the punishment, the wages, what we are due because of our sin, is death. And Jesus took that death. And so therefore,
that Jesus, he has the value, that infinite value.
Yes.
Because he never sinned.
Yes. And so
that's a lot about how righteous God is. Like,
yes,
you know, if we didn't sin, then that would be like, he'd have such appreciation for that, like he does in Jesus's case. But we did sin, you know?
Yes. Yeah, we wouldn't be guilty of hell. We would deserve to go to heaven if we never sinned. One other thing I like to then tie into it is this idea of the gift and the wages in Romans 6:23. That's my favorite verse of all verses, because it applies to the Christian life as well, because Christians sin, but the death applies differently for a Christian. But we can talk about that another time.
Will you repeat that one for me real quick?
So for me, my understanding of Romans 6:23, the wages of sin, death, but the gift of God, eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. And the reason I left out the verb there is because the verb doesn't appear in Greek, and it I would like to have a t-shirt where it says the wages of sin equals death, the gift of God equals eternal life, like the sign for equals, not the word equals. But anyway, so the wages of sin is death, means eternity in hell for those who haven't trusted Christ. But there is a death that applies to the Christian every time that they sin, in that they are cut off from fellowship with God. It doesn't mean he's no longer their father, but they're walking in death, not the same sort of death.
I love that you understand that and agree, because that's something that I mention to people pretty often, is that I refer to it as doing deadness.
Yes, that's a good way to understand it. It's walking in the flesh, which is death, which is deadness. Another thing I like to explain to people, when it talks about the flesh referring to our sin nature, it means that the sin nature that we naturally had as children of Adam, that can't do any good, by God's standard, by God's definition of good, the flesh cannot do any good. And when we become a Christian, that is crucified, that flesh, and it is buried, and we walk in newness of life, and yet that flesh can still influence us. And so for me, this is a good way, I think, to understand it. It is like the undead. So it rises as a corpse that rises out of the grave, powered by the devil, to continue to harass us. And God allows this to occur. We can go into detail about that as well, why God allows that for the process of sanctification. But I also tie it in with the second last verse in Romans 7 that says, O wretched man that I am, who shall deliver me from this body of death? And I think this is an even better way to understand it. Rather than it being a corpse that rises up out of the ground, the Romans had this practice where they would tie the body of a murder victim to the murderer until both rotted away, and it would kill the murderer. And so that's the picture that Paul is referring to. Spiritually, he's carrying around this sin nature with him everywhere that's trying to rot him. And in his own strength, he can't overcome it. That's the whole point of Romans 7, it seems to me. And then Romans 8, not once does he use the first person personal pronoun. But it frequently occurs in Romans 7. So in me, in myself, me, I, my, flesh, dead, can't do any good.
Yeah,
but in the
using
spirit,
self as an example, and that's pretty important as far as it gives us a lot of assurance and fullness of understanding to know that even Paul had all those things through, you know.
Even Paul,
and he makes it so clear with himself as an example there.
And so it's encouraging. Yes, we do struggle. It is a constant battle. And so long as we're aware of that and continue to walk by faith, that's how we overcome. Faith, what does faith mean? Well, Romans 8, faith in the Spirit, not just any faith, but faith the way that the scripture nearly always means it. Faith in God, trusting him, not trusting anything else at all. And so I love that transition from, I love how Romans puts it all together. First of all, point out everyone's a sinner. It's only by faith that we can be saved. He starts that in Romans 3, if not earlier, and then continues that theme in Romans 4 and 5. By the beginning of 5, he says, now that you have been saved by faith, being justified by faith, we have peace with God. And then so Romans 6 is written to Christians saying to them, you shouldn't be sinning. Don't think that because where grace abounds, sin does much more abound, means that you should sin more so that there's more grace. No, it's quite the opposite. You're now born again. You're a new child. You're a new creation. And so therefore you shouldn't want to sin. And if you want to sin...
And just in case I got to have your back, Graham meant where sin abounds, grace all the more abounds.
Sorry, yes. If I said that the wrong way around. Yeah, so if you love to sin, that would question whether you're even a Christian or not. So that's Romans 6. And then Romans 7 says, but that doesn't mean that I don't constantly love to sin because I still have the flesh. But then he swings back the other way again and says, but if I walk by faith, as I've been talking about so much in this book, I can overcome. It's by the Spirit that I overcome, not in the flesh. My flesh cannot overcome. It will only drag me down. Yeah. I'd love to do a more detailed study through all of that one day. I have done it before, but it'd be good to do it again with you and anybody else who wants to join us. I love Romans. I love Romans 5 through 8 more than 1, 2, and 3. Anyway, better go.
It kind of gets where we want to go, but also like the importance of the truthfulness of 1, 2, and 3 gives me a lot of appreciation for it in context of the people around me who need to hear it.
Yes. And part of my thing is that my ministry isn't primarily to the unsaved. My ministry is primarily to Christians. So I'd rather be explaining 5, 6, 7, and 8 to Christians than trying to evangelize the lost, which is essentially 1, 2, and 3.
Yeah, good point. Knowing what you're doing.
Yep, but I do like explaining 1, 2, and 3 to Christians so that they can evangelize the lost. Not that, I've just got to say here, not that I don't evangelize. I do try to evangelize, but it's not my ministry. It's not my gifting. Anyway, better go. Got things to do.
Yep. God willing, I'll see you soon. Shalom.
Thanks, mate. Catch ya. And thanks to everyone in the chat. thanks for being here, especially those that joined because of my email. I really appreciate that, but I appreciate you anyway. And I'll try and catch you all again soon. Things are developing here. I'm not sure exactly how it's all going to head, but hopefully it heads in a more positive direction very soon, but we'll see. So keep praying for us. Anytime that you've got prayer requests that you want to share, that we can all pray for each other, I think that's very important. Galatians chapter 6, we all need to be praying for each other. We need to be sharing one another's burdens. We bear our own burden according to Galatians 6, but we all need to bear each other's burdens, and we can't do that unless we share what our burdens are. So, I hope we can do more of that. I hope to be available a bit more often than I have been for a little while. Things are a little bit crazy and hectic, so we'll see. God bless you all. Thanks for joining, and I hope to see you all again soon. Thanks. And bye. Just checking. There's nothing in the chat, and there isn't. So I'm going to go. See ya.